Hey, what's up, Thunderwong? More two. How y'all doing? Think we're gonna get Mythic today. I had a pretty good run last night and this morning, so I think I'm like Diamond 1 now. Thanks for subscribing, Boko Harambe. Appreciate the support. So I've got this off-stream blue-green ramp deck. It's pretty good. Already 4-0. It's actually not the sweet one from yesterday night that somebody commented about. I don't think I even got 7 wins with that one, but I had a good record. I went like 6-3 or something. And then I drafted this morning, and I'm currently 4-0. I mean, the decks are similar. That one was a rug with splashing. It was blue-green kicker, but I was splashing red for 2 Royal Eruption and 2 Thundering Rebuke. This one, I think, is just blue-green, if I remember correctly. Life is good. I agree. Oh, yeah, the Drana was nice. Somebody took my Drana in that draft and beat me with it. They low mages dominationed it. I was not pleased. So, I guess this hand's fine. I mean, obviously, Vision is a land. I can't really cast anything, but if I Cacophony them, that makes domination on right away. So I can steal their 3-drop like on turn 3 if I want to or something. So I'm going to Cacophony for 8. The reason I'm not holding it to try and mill half their deck. 1, I'm not really a mill deck. It's in here more because I have ways to buy it back, plus like 2 low mages dominations and stuff. And then also, it just turns on stuff. It just I have like Royal Mages. I have the what's the name of the card? The 3 mana 3/3 green card with kicker, buy back a kicker card. I have like that green creature, and I have Royal Mage, so I can Dex a win pretty easily in the late game if I need to as a win condition. Marasa Sproutling, yeah, that's the name of the card. And there's Royal Mage, that's the other one. But happy to steal a Vine Gecko, given I'm a kicker deck. Unfortunately, I still don't have a Forest, but if I get one, I can kick this right away. Thank you, Clever Robot. Appreciate that subscription. Hey, there's the Forest. So this is double green to kick, so I can't do that. But this is single green, so I can do that. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Glacial Grasp on my turn because I wanted to hit a land, I think. Play the land if I drew it. I know I could keep the Vine Gecko tapped for an extra turn, but who really cares, right? Like, I mostly just wanted to try and draw land. Which is still not going particularly well. So what do we do now? So they have 16 cards in their deck. So if I Royal Mage back the Cacophony, they effectively have 8. So I'm probably going to try and deck them, not kill them with damage. So I guess I can just play Gnarled Colony. My opponent's deck is apparently all Vine Geckos. I'm jealous. I don't have any Vine Geckos. I don't even know if that's true. I might have one. Nah, I don't have any. They don't really have one of mine, right? Those are all theirs, I think. I stole theirs back, right? Like, they stole theirs back. They played one, and then I stole it on turn 3, and then they stole it back. Part of why I stole it was because I have a lot of kicker, so I was excited to have it. Good evening, Harry Houdini. Like, I wasn't necessarily just going to steal a 2 or 3 drop on turn 3. Like, I'm willing to if it's good. But if it was just like a generic common that wasn't very good, I wouldn't steal it. But I stole the Vine Gecko because I have a ton of expensive kicker and just a lot of kicker in general. I don't know if I'm going to win this game or not, but the current plan of decking them certainly seems live to win the game. Guess we're going to double block the 5/5. Seems better than chump blocking. And if I double block the 4/4, I'd lose both anyway. It's a good draw. Maybe that can help keep me in it. So if I steal the Gecko, it's going to be tapped. It's kind of rough. I kind of need to steal something untapped. I can steal the Canopy Baloth, and then I'll still have the ability to shield, but not with kicker. I can steal the Blight Blade, and then I can just block Canopy Baloth or something. I guess I'm dead if I do that. I have to put out a second blocker, right? So if I steal the Blight Blade to block the to block the Baloth, I think I'm just dead. Even if I steal... No, I can steal one big creature and then block the other and not be dead. I mean, it's looking very, very bad, but I guess I can make 2 things, so... But I can't steal Blight Blade, I think, or I'm just dead on board. Okay. You've beaten a mana-screwed opponent. You win. You did it, Skadoosh. Their deck was pretty good. I'm not trying to take anything away. My hand was good, though. If I had drawn a few more lands, I would have Royal Mage back the Cacophony. I would have probably won that game pretty easily. I could even Cunning Geyser Mage my own Royal Mage, and then Royal Mage back the Cacophony again. That's what, as we were first starting up, I was trying to say that I wasn't doing a good job. Like, it's just like, I'm not a mill deck, really, but it turns on my 2 Lull Mages dominations, and then it's just a win condition. Because when you have, like, Bounce Spells and Sproutling and Royal Mage, I mean, if you Cacophony twice, they're pretty much decked. Unfortunately, that's pretty funny, Mighty Destroyer. Unfortunately, I decided to cut all the forest from my deck, so the games are going to be tough because we're playing mono blue. Cacophony, Cacophany. I don't speak Greek. I can't block. They could just flash in one of a couple different commons. Man, Death Touch is such a good ability. Yeah, it wasn't one of my better ideas, Socks. I admit it. Can I rate my favorite MDFCs at each rarity? I can't necessarily think of all of them off the top of my head. I mean, I like Akum Warrior a lot. I like Balaged Rebirth a lot. Just a great card in the late game because it gets back your best dead card. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta think about it. Shelter's cool, for sure. So what do we want to do? I can take the 2/2 Death Touch. I don't really want to let them draw cards. I could play the Geyser Mage and then Rabid Bite the Shorefoot Infiltrator. I mean, I'm not bouncing something then, but like they just have small creatures out. The worst part is that I'm missing Kicker, really, not that I'm missing bouncing something to trigger the Riptide, but I think it's worth it. Because I really don't want to sit here letting them draw extra cards. You know, if you watch me play Magic regularly, there's nothing I hate more than my opponent drawing extra cards. and there's nothing I love more than drawing extra cards. Like Gateway, I was obsessed with Gateway Sneak, and then Audacious Thief, and if they don't play something better, I can always dominate the flyer. I'll happily trade the Geyser Mage for the Skulker. No, almost certainly not. Oh, wait. Scott Sterling, when you say going under, you mean not counting the modals? Then every single time. Most of the modals I basically view as lands. So if my deck would want like 17 lands to cast its spells, and I've got 3 modals, I'm probably going to play like 14 or 15. Y'all are bad luck, though. Off stream this morning, 4-0. I come in, mana screwed game 1, pretty bad mana draw game 2, although I still think I can win this game. So I blame you. That works out nicely, though. Now I can steal the 2-power flyer to block the other one, and it's untapped. You should be, Timnos. You should be. Don't do anything. Come on. What do you have? Like, Into the Royal? This was an off-stream draft. Target creature you control gets +0/+3, so I can't save it. Nice play. If they had let me take it first, then I could have saved it. People play tight these days. Occasionally happy problems, but then I realized that I should probably just think instead of speaking out loud. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do another draft after this, and probably another one after that, and probably a third after that. I mean, it's a fine question. I usually start at 3, and I started at like 5. But yes, this isn't even the first draft of the day. It's the bonus. What am I supposed to do? Like, I can put out 2 Riptides, go to 2, next turn attack with 3 5/5s, but that's not going to win the game. I can put out 1 Riptide and then kick the shield and trade Riptide and shield for Skulker. That's embarrassing, but I probably have to do that. Guilty as charged, first tube. I don't know. Does it matter? Probably not. Their creature has Death Touch, so mine's dying. If they have removal in response, they can kill in response regardless. I don't think it matters which one I give 3 extra toughness to. Ah, thanks, J Flips. It depends how much you want a blocker, right? Because Riptide is always an 0/5, but then it can only like attack effectively if you kick something. So if you have a late game oriented, like value oriented kicker deck, like I actually have here, then it's excellent because you're happy with it as a 3-mana 0/5 blocker anyway. But if you have like an aggro deck, then you'd have to be able to kick it every turn. Obviously, a 3-mana 5/5 is a good card for an aggro deck. But if you can't kick it, if you can't kick every turn and you can't attack with it, then it's not a good aggressive card. But a 3-mana 0/5 is not a good defensive card, but it's a fine blocker. Like, a 3-mana 0/5 can block virtually any 3-drop that doesn't have flying or something. So if you're like a late game oriented deck, you don't care if you can attack with your 3-drop on turn 4 and 5. But if you're like an aggro deck, then you do. So the amount you need varies greatly. What's up, Nixius? Why did I cut all the forests? Well, I guess this time I can play Tangled Florahedron as a forest. I won't get to ramp, but I'll still get a forest in play. I don't have any 2-drops, though, so I think I can take one draw step, right? I could play the Florahedron this turn as a tap land, but if I peel a forest, I'd rather cast it, because that's a turn earlier I'm casting Merfolk Falconer. If I don't peel a forest this turn, I'll put it in a play tapped, because I have Riptide for turn 3. So if I didn't top deck this forest, I would have played the Florahedron tapped on turn 2, but there was no need to play it tapped on turn 1. I can see if I peel a forest for turn 2, because I didn't have a 2-drop in hand. I don't need the Veil as a land. That is the reason. What Tim Knows said. I usually just, like, if I'm not playing an off-stream draft, I just chat and dirtle for, like, 10 to 20 minutes so people can trickle in and realize I'm online if they don't want to miss the first draft. So instead, I started playing, like, an off-stream draft that I've been purposely saving these, playing them about halfway through and then saving them. Just so something to do while people trickle in before we start the first actual, like, fresh draft. I'm currently 4-2 in this draft. 0-2 on stream and 4-0 when I was off stream and could pay my actors and y'all wouldn't get suspicious. Thanks for the bit, Meow Club. So my 4/4 flyers facing a 2/2 flyer. So I can attack for 4 and take 2 back. I've got Duelist and Veil. I'm not really that scared of a race. I think what I'm going to do here is play the Terragun kicked and just leave an island up. This will turn on the Riptide. I've got the 3/2 to block the 3/3. Overall, it looks positive to me. I guess this doesn't matter. Oh, no, it does matter. Higher chance of hitting on the Paragon. I should have bottomed the colony. That was very stupid. I'm gonna look at the top 6 and then they go on the bottom anyway. So all I should have been doing with the Falconer there was bottoming anything besides hits off Paragon. Yeah, you can hit the punt counter. Granted, like, this turn was awesome and I can't possibly lose, I don't think. But it was a punt. I should have bottomed, not topped that gnarled colony. Thanks, Mark Secto. Appreciate the subscription. So now I can use the shield to save it, and they'll take 5, or I can use the Veil to save it. I guess I'd rather deal them 5. I have a lot of kicker. Okay, so I don't think I need another Riptide with no more kicker in hand at the moment, but I'll definitely draw a Domination. Steal their best creature. Don't mind if I do. Well, this deck doesn't really party, but this is still just put a creature with a party type into your hand, and while I don't have, like, all party creatures, I can definitely whiff. I have Gnarled Colonies and Sproutlings and Riptides. I can also hit, like, Duelist or Falconer or several other creatures. And remember, it's a 2-mana 3/2 with all that upside. So, like, this could easily be a deck where I might take Rabid Bite over Paragon, whereas normally I would take Paragon over Rabid Bite at the speed of light. But, I mean, it's still a fine card. It's a 2-mana 3/2 with upside. And it has kicker, so it can trigger my Riptides. So even if it literally had kicker 3, no ability. If this card was 2-mana 3/2, and then you could kick it for 3 mana and get nothing, it would still be a pretty good card in my deck. Because it would be a 2-mana 3/2 on turn 2, and in the mid to late game, it would be a 2-mana 3/2 that I could pay 3 mana to kick and turn on all my Riptides and Falconer and all that stuff. Thank you, Harry Houdini. Appreciate you gifting out a sub. Thank you for the generosity. Alright, so let's just take their 4/4 if I have enough mana, which it looks like I'm one short unless they have 8 in their yard. I have 6, 7, so I cannot. What happens if I take their 0/5? 4/4 on 4/4, they take 5. That's not enough. So I actually can't win the game this turn, I don't think. So I guess I'll just kill their Falconer with Veil and pass back to them. If I had one more land, I could. It would be a much better turn. I could, like, take their flyer, but I'm not going to take the wall here. I don't really see a reason to do that. Yeah, I mean, I have plenty of hits. I don't really know the math. You're welcome to do it if you want. I mean, I can tell you how many hits I have. 1, 2, 3. I have on tap good game up, even though you can't see it, so I can look at my library. 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 hits in my whole deck. So you can do the Paragon math if you want. Okay, I still can't steal a 5-drop, but now they don't have a flyer, so I guess we'll just hit them in the air and drop Pack Beast for now. No, I don't think so, Pabloy. I mean, I'm 1 land away from stealing a 5-drop, and I might just steal a 4-drop or a token, 2/2 flyer that they make off Roost or whatever. And Veil killed a 4/4 flyer there. So, I mean, like, I'm not going to just drop it as a land, not attack, and then be able to steal it next turn. Like, that doesn't seem like a good line. So they're going to 2 in the air. So if I take one of their blockers, they're dead, right? Because it's not like they can block the 4-power creature. So let's say I steal Riptide, I then attack with 4 creatures, they have 2 blockers, that means 2 gets through, plus the 4 in the air. So that's game. I'm still playing competitively. I'm in Rivals League, the second league under MPL. Like, they have MPL with the top 24 and then Rivals with the next 48. And, I mean, I won't say that I would go to the lengths I went when I was younger to queue for the MPL or to, stay in Rivals. But I try. I mean, I test for tournaments. Even if I play, like, what seems like a homebrew, it's not for fun. Like, I test a lot and I play it because I think it's a good meta deck. But yeah, no, I still play competitively. I mean, like I said, I would say at this point, content is my number 1 focus and competitive play is my number 2 focus. But, I mean, I'm still trying to win. I still play competitively. I'll have to check. I mean, I don't even know, Miserloo. It's a good question. I should know. I'll have to check what information I have over this weekend, update my calendar, and then hopefully I'll know by after that. Thanks, Render Piece. Appreciate the subscription. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, the Mono Red Karn list was sweet when everybody was playing Kethis. I won the MPL split with that. I mean, that's the thing, like, about playing brews. We were talking about this on Twitter yesterday or the day before. Like, I definitely go, like, 2 and 4 in a lot more, like, big tournaments than I would go 2 and 4 if I just played, like, the best deck in every tournament. But the thing is, in most Magic tournaments, 8 and 4 and 2 and 4 gets you roughly the same thing. You're playing to make top 8. You're playing to have the best deck for the top 8, for the finals. And I've got, like I said, a lot of success with, like, that kind of brewing. I mean, like, I have 3 second place 3 GP seconds in Standard over the past, like, 5 years. I won an MPL split. I top 4 Worlds. Like, lots of stuff like that. But I also have way more 2/4s than I think I would have if I just suited up Omnath every time or whatever. But again, like, who cares if you go 6/4 instead of 2/4? It's effectively the same thing. All right, so I'm going to play one of these 2-drops. I don't know which one makes more sense. The Paragon is probably better to kick, but it also has 1 more power. And I do have 7 hits, 6 not counting the Duelist, so I could miss with this deck. I guess I want the 3/2 in play on turn 2. I mean, especially since I have Duelist and Shell Shield. That's going to force blocks, and then I'm going to be able to Duelist them and Shell Shield it. So I think I want the extra power in play. This is more about getting the extra power in play, I think, than the better one to kick on turn 5. Because if they're forced to block, this game's going to go well for me. All that spiel, and I'm probably just going to end up playing the Gnarled Colony as a 2-2 now anyway, right? I actually don't think I'm gonna, because next turn I have Into the Royal to kick, and then I'll probably find land 5, and I've got like these little cheap tricks that are good, but they're not like power cards. So I think I actually, I played this one first, partially so that I could start attacking for 3 and kind of force blocks. And now I can play the 4-4 and then hopefully ride the 4-4 and the 3-2 victory with the Duelist and the Shell Shield. My aggregate record with Weaselback Redcap. I haven't played Weaselback Redcap except that one time. People are a little obsessed. Obviously, Redcap is not a good Magic card, but when you have multiple Night Lords plus Embercleave, I think you can justify it. I don't know, Dracop. It could be. Blue-green kicker. Yep, we're going to do exactly 3 drafts again today. No shot of a 4th. No shot of less than 3. I mean, unless, I have power problems or something. But this doesn't even count. This is the people trickle in and was off stream, and then we're going to get into the first draft as soon as this one's over. I did not compete in the championship over the weekend. I was not queued for it, unfortunately. Good game to you as well, Drake Hopoff. Alright, so end of turn, we're definitely going to enter the roll with kicker. I suppose it'll be the tap 2-2 rather than untapped 1-3. They have 2 different copies of the 1-3, so it's not like, setting them back. It's just, since they could always pump the other one, then I'm basically bouncing a 1-power creature versus a 2-power creature. I was kind of hoping they would play like a 4-drop or something. Not that I would bounce a 2-drop, but it is what it is. Unless they have a trick, they're taking another 3, and I'm dropping a 4-4 trample. If they do have a trick, it's not ideal for me this turn, because then I don't play the 4-4 trample, but I'm still going to just, blow them out. There's no way their trick is not going to get trumped by Duelist or Shell Shield. So, can't go badly for us. But ideally, they don't have a trick this turn. I'd rather them try and block and use it next turn when I don't have a 4-4 trample to play. Attack, huh? So if they pump it, I don't know what they have, but I'm winning this race handily. I'm not going to block. And I can't really afford to lose my 4-4. I don't have that much in terms of, power in play, but I have tricks in hand. So we'll attack when we have our mana up and our tricks available. Not the other way around. So I think we start with Duelist. I don't know what they have. I know they have something. I just don't know what. But I'm not going to pass because they might just pass. I'll happily Duelist it, and then we'll see what they play. Alright, so let me see what's going to happen here. I don't think this actually works out that well for me now. I can Shell Shield, but I won't kill their creature. So I think I just let this happen. Save Shell Shield to protect the 4-4 trample, either from a double block or from a removal spell. So now they would double block and pump, and then I could save it with Shell Shield, but I'm only killing one of their creatures. Doesn't seem exciting. I think I'm just going to pass back to them. They can't, really attack into the Gnarled Colony. If they play another Warrior to try and attack into the Gnarled Colony, I can Shell Shield it and then eat the Vanguard. If they don't have another Warrior, they can't really attack into it. Hopefully I'll draw some spells soon, since I haven't drawn one this entire game. Shell Shield does in fact only target my creatures. I'm not sure how that was relevant to anything that was said, but I agree. Bye, Canary. Oh, yeah, no, I couldn't have. Yeah, I remember last game I complimented the opponent because when I went to steal their creature, they subtle striked while it was still theirs, so I couldn't shell shield in response. I mean, I agree it's not looking good, obviously, with the Super Flood, but I could win. I have 2 Low Mages Dominations. I've got Royal Mages. Like, if I draw, like, a Low Mages Domination, and then I draw, like anything, like card drawing, Royal Mage, whatever, and they don't have 3 points of direct damage in their hand, I think it's a winnable game. Like I said, I'm not saying I'm gonna win. I'm probably gonna lose, but I don't think it's impossible. Okay, so if I take the Charger, and then I have the Charger and the Pack Beast back, I can block the 2 ambushers. It's not, like, great. It's not horrible. Or I can take the Vanguard. I guess there's not really any good creatures here that are going to be that great for me. Hey, thanks, Meow Club. I mean, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. None of their creatures are really that good for me. I mean, they have a good mix of good removal and bad creatures to beat my hand here. I think the Charger is the right one to just take. This gives me the ability to, like, block both ambushers and then ping the one that took 2 from the Pack Beast to finish it off. Not, like, an awesome situation, but taking a tapped ambusher or a tapped Vanguard wasn't going to do better than that. Well, now my Charger's a coward and their creatures are all warriors, so we're dead. Okay. Good stuff. This deck seemed awesome. I was for a quick 4-0, but y'all jinxed me. I blame you. I'm going to flash it on screen real quick, and then we'll get into the first draft of the day. Still got a 5-3 with it, even though it was a disappointing 1-3 on screen. I don't actually pay my actors off screen. So, you know, you can see a nice low curve, so I shouldn't get run over. A couple land spells, prevent Screwed Flood, some nice redundancy, two Low Mages Domination. We got the Geyser Mage, the Sproutling, the Royal Mage with the Cacophony, and a couple Duelists and so on. I was pretty happy with this deck. No Roost, sadly. Hopefully this draft. Roost, the official mythic uncommon of the format. I would take Roost. Roost is better than Crab. I mean, if you're already Mill or something, sure, but if it's pick one, pack one, you can prioritize all the kicker stuff. And I mean, sometimes you draw Crab late, you don't really have lands left, or they're an aggro deck, and you can't really deck them. I mean, I like Crab, but the answer is definitely Roost. Unless you're in an 8-person pod with Voxy, in which case draft Crab. I mean, yeah, Roost is the mythic uncommon. I mean, it's no doubt. I mean, it's just like Risen Reef, and I mean, it's not as good as Zenith Flare, but it's way up there. It's like a Risen Reef level mythic uncommon. Okay, so we could start with Aura if we want. This card is super broken if you go Clerics. And look, even if you don't go all Clerics, you'll have some to get back if you start with it. You can prioritize them. So Undo Vision, it's a fine land spell. I don't think I would take it over Aura. Lull Mage's Familiar is really good in Blue-Green Kicker, but again, I don't think I would take it over Aura. As far as the commons, there's Royal Eruption, the best common in the set by a lot, I think. So basically, it's the 1-color Royal Eruption or the 2-color Aura. Aura is definitely better than Royal Eruption, but it is a black-white Clerics 2-color card compared to a single red card. There's really no reason to take any other card out of this pack. So Undo Vision, clearly worse than Royal Eruption. Lull Mage's Familiar, clearly worse than Aura. Color preferences and stuff aside, in my opinion. Like, I personally think Blue-Green Kicker and Black-White Clerics are the two best decks in the format, so I don't really care which one's 1 and which one's 2. I'm just going to go on power level, but if for some reason you like to avoid one of those decks or something, that could be different. I mean, not for fun, I just think Aura's broken and Clerics is a really good deck, so I'm going to take Aura, but you could definitely take Royal Eruption there. I don't see a justification, like I said, for really anything else. Attended Healer, I definitely never said Blue-Green was the worst. Follow up the Busted Cleric Rare with the Busted Cleric Uncommon. This pick's easy. I wonder what I would take if I took Royal Eruption. I guess Lull Mage's Domination. Good start for red-blue spells. 2 different instants and two different sorceries that are powerful. But yeah, I'm glad I took the Aura and then got the Attended Healer. So now these cards are fine for Black-White Clerics, Molecular Rebirth, and Shepherd of Heroes. They're pretty close. I'm not really sure which one I want to take. I mean, I think Shepherd can be better, but we do already have 2 4-drops, 2 picks in. I think I'd rather lock up a cheap land spell modal than a 5-drop. We may hit Mythic this draft. Is it doable if I 7-0 or 7-1? I mean, obviously I don't know what I'm going to see the rest of the way, but we already have 2 Attended Healers and Aura, 4 picks in, so we already did the hard part. Now all we got to do is get a bunch of Cleric Commons and our deck will be a masterpiece. We've already done the broken rare and the 2 broken uncommons. I mean, this pack's not going to help us. I'll just grab a Blood Beckoning, but... What? Stick to rapping. My singing is beautiful. My voice is like a cross between Fergie and Jesus. Who knows what movie that's from? Okay, let's see. Do I want Protector or Kitesail Cleric? Probably Protector. I don't actually think I'm looking to attack that much with this power level. Like, obviously I will sooner or later, but I don't think it's a key, and I want to be able to get stuff back, and I think I'd rather just have a 3-mana 3/2 Cleric than a 1-mana 1/1. Yeah, sorry. My laptop fan does this thing. I really need to get this, like, fixed. I've been saying I would for a while and haven't gotten to it. No, don't crucify me. No, I'm not a fan of Smite. It's a fine sideboard card. Like, if you're playing best of 3, you should certainly be taking it 7th pick over Junk or whatever for your sideboard. But if you're playing... How is Lull Mage's Familiar still in the pack 9th pick? Nobody was interested in that card? But if you're playing best of 1, I'm not looking to main deck Smite. I don't think there's any way I play Raptor in this deck. Like, I care a lot about creature type, And, like, even aside from clerics, I already have Gloomhunter as a lifelinker to trigger cleric stuff if I get, things that it works with. And then also, like, the cleric deck cares about party because you have the 2-mana 2/1 cleric that drains for number of party. I think Raptor is near 0% to make my deck. Second Blood Beckoning is probably not going to make my deck, but it might. Like, I would consider second Blood Beckoning filler, but totally playable. Yeah, like I said, we did the hard part. We didn't really get any cleric commons, but as long as we see, like, Core Celebrants and, Blood Priests and so on, I mean, we already got the Broken Rare and the 2 busted uncommons. We just need, like, the cleric commons now. And some removal. I didn't really get any removal this pack either. Well, this pack is pretty much nothing for us. Practice Tactics is fine. Like I said, you usually party a little bit when you're clerics. I'm going to take it here, clearly, I think. It's not really over anything, but it's pretty bad first pick. Spoils would be good, but how am I going to splash it? Throne can't cast it. It doesn't have kicker. I can't expect that I'll just spike fixing outside of green. Alright. Good removal. We'll probably table one of the clerics, but it'll probably be the Expedition Healer, not the Core Celebrant. But I'm still going to take the good removal. I would take Core Celebrant, maybe over Feed, but I'm not going to take it over Soul Shatter. Like, we can just pay 3 and give our clerics lifelink and trigger this that way. Soul Shatter still kills, like, their best thing for 3 mana at instant speed. This is what happens when we celebrate, huh? Now we just don't get any playables? I'm not going to play Smite or Disenchant. If this was best of 3 and not best of 1, I would take one of the sideboard cards. Since it's best of 1, I guess I'm just going to take a blue-black duel. Since black is one of our colors, maybe we'll get a blue card we want to splash. We have Throne, too. This pack is going horribly. How could it possibly be that the person I'm passing to, or even 2 down, is playing black-white clerics? I passed no cleric cards. This was like a drafting the easy way draft the whole way, and there wasn't other cards in these packs in these colors. Alright, though. The only color I really think about splashing now is blue. So we're not splashing for any of that. This pack is going abysmally. After a really, really good pack 1, pack 2 here is going horribly. It's starting, and now there's a Cleric of Lifespawn 7th pick. That almost makes me mad, because that means all the people around me are not drafting clerics. So I could have gotten Core Celebrants, or Removal, or any good clerics out of all of those packs. So on the one hand, yeah, that's a really good 7th pick for me, like a near broken one. On the other hand, where were all the cleric cards? Where did they go? Pack 3 better be amazing. I don't know why I'm so angry. I'm in a feisty mood today. Y'all are going to have to put up with me today, alright? Usually I know I'm like, all upbeat. No, and I've got plenty of energy. I'm just feeling feisty, to be honest. I am generally a pretty jovial fellow. I'm one of those people, no matter how bad things are going, can just do a draft and eat a slice of pizza and I'm good. Yeah, I do deserve it. You're right, Socks. Thanks, Scott Sterling. Appreciate the subscription. We also didn't table the 2/2 or the 1/4 cleric, so I don't know what's going on in this draft. I don't know how you get a Cleric of Lifebond like 7th, but yet you don't get back either the 2-mana 2/2 lifelink or the 3-mana 1/4 cleric out of the same pack. I really didn't expect the 1/4 cleric. I expected the 2/2 lifelink because I figured somebody would draft Core Celebrant, but it's hard to get neither back. I am not Armenian. I'm American. My family's been here for a few generations now. But my ancestry is like Polish and Romanian and Austrian and Italian. Okay. No busted cleric cards. Blackborn Rogue, Bloom Rogue probably enough better than Marauding Blight Priest. Like, I might take Core Celebrant over Rogue here, but I don't think Blight Priest over Rogue makes sense. So again, no busted cleric cards, but that's alright. This time there's some really good high-quality removal for us. I'll happily take Deadly Alliance. Yeah, I guess we haven't seen that much white. If you look at my deck, clearly the white players around me aren't drafting clerics, but if you look at my deck, it's almost all black cards. I have 1 Practice Tactics, 1 Protector, and 2 Attended Healers for cards that are only white. So I guess white is probably being heavily drafted at this table, and black is not. And, like, nobody's probably black-white clerics, but there's probably, like, white-blue party and white-red warriors and so on. I think Pack Beast over Banneret. This is not going well. I say that, and then there's a Nahiri's Binding, 5th pick. There's also an Acquisitions Expert, but we don't have the 3/1 cleric that makes both players sack, so Nahiri's Binding is a pretty good removal spell for us. I guess it doesn't work perfectly with Soul Shatter, but most likely I can just wait on Soul Shatter or try not to Nahiri's Binding the most expensive creature. I mean, white anything can party. But I'm still disappointed that we haven't seen more of the common clerics. Again, I wasn't like, oh, we need to get another 10 busted cleric cards. I just wanted some of the common clerics. We've gotten very little of them. Yeah, like the 2-mana 2/2 white lifelink cleric, the 2-mana 2/1 black drain cleric. We just literally haven't seen these cards. I mean, I'm getting a 7th pick Vanquish. I mean, clearly black is being underdrafted and white is being overdrafted at this table. But you would still expect to have some shots at the white clear commons. It's not like they're that great at cards. So now there's a Demon's Disciple after I took the Nahiri's Binding, but we'll do our best to make them work. And I mean, Pack Beast is a cleric too, so I can give that lifelink with the Attended Healers. Yeah, maybe there just wasn't a lot of clerics in this draft or whatever. I mean, sometimes it just goes that way, right? And, like, Blue-White Party and White-Red Warriors are good decks. I wouldn't be shocked at all if people were drafting those and they just happen to be short 2-drops, so they happen to grab the 2-mana 2/2 lifelink when they saw it or things like that. It happens. I don't think we can use Relic Golem right. We're not really milling people. I don't know if the Sneak is particularly good for us either. I might not have a lot of 2-drops, so let me grab the Mesa Links just in case. Hopefully I have enough 2-drops that I don't have to play a Mesa Links. That card's pretty filler. But if you need a playable, it's a playable. You can toss it in your deck. I mean, my deck is still pretty good. I mean, to be fair, I have the Cleric Rare, the 3 Cleric Uncommons, and 2 Blood Beckonings to get them back if they die. So it's not like my deck isn't good. Like, I'm just disappointed that I wasn't able to flesh out the deck with the commons a little more. So we have 1-2 black spell lands and no white ones. So we can probably play like 8/8 and then the 2 black spell lands, and then we can cut like 1 card. We can cut Sky Dancer if we want to. We actually didn't get a lot of 2-drops. I mean, look, there's 5, that's fine, and there's a 1-drop, but I'm glad I picked up that Mesa Links. Like, I'm going to end up playing that for sure. So we're not going to cut any of the 2-drops or 1-drops, but we can cut a 3 if we want. We have a million 3-drops. So I think Sky Dancer is a fairly easy cut here. We don't... Oh, no, wait, it is a rogue for Practice Tactics. We do party. We have 2 Practice Tactics. It still might be the cut, but it's not just like a slam cut. All the rest of my cards are good, though. And I need my Clerics to give lifelink with the Attended Healers and to get back with the Aura. Can't cut the 2-drops. So it pretty much would have to be Blood Beckoning or Sky Dancer. So I think it is Sky Dancer. Mind Drain will trigger the Attended Healers and make 1/1s, and trigger the Cleric's Life Bond and grow it, right? So I'm not going to cut Mind Drain when I have Cleric Life Bond and 2 Attended Healers. I'm not going to take out the Angel Heart. Like, it's a nice 3/2 Cleric that I can then give Lifelink to trigger the Attended Healers. Remember, I don't have any Core Celebrants, so my Attended Healers are not going to auto-trigger every turn, which they're still good. I mean, you can pay the mana, give something, Lifelink, and turn them on and make 1/1s. But I do have to do a little work to make 1/1s with this deck. Yeah, I could have removed 1 Tactics. That's definitely possible. It's only going to deal 2 damage a lot of the time in my deck. I do have mostly Clerics. I've got like a Seagate Banneret. I've got the Pack Beast. But most of my creatures are either Cleric or non-party type. Mostly just Cleric. So it is possible I should have removed a Practice Tactics instead of the 2/1 Flying Rogue. I could see that. Alright. 2-lander on the draw. Perfect hand to lose with. You know I've never mulled this. Not about to start now. Keep and lose, one of my favorite strategies in all of Magic. Well, we already have land 3 at least. So we will cast spells. That part is nice. So, what do we want to do? Angel Heart, Demon's Disciple. Both are fine. Neither is exciting. I can Angel Heart and attack. I guess that's probably good. I don't actually want to trade off the Pack Beast when I have 2 Practice Tactics in hand. And given most of my stuff are Clerics, I care less about trading off the Angel Heart. Plus, I have 2 Blood Beckoning, and a blue-green deck isn't that likely to buy back their stuff. So, I could trade for the Squid, although I probably won't even do that. I'll just take it, get ready to attack back. I mean, with the 2 Practice Tactics, I've got to feel like I can race. So, if I attack, what's going to happen? They're probably going to block Blightblade on Angel Heart, and that's it. And then I don't want to play 1/1 mana spell, but if I Rebirth, I can still have my Tactics up for their turn, so that looks good. So I'm going to attack. I'm not expecting Canopy Ballot to block, but if it does block Pack Beast, I can Practice Tactics it for 4, because I've got a Cleric and Pack Beast, which is a non-Cleric. So that's good. I thought they would probably just put Blightblade on Protector or something like that, and then I would use Rebirth. I could have played Rebirth as a land post-combat, but I'm only 1 land away from casting my 4-drop. I don't even know if I have a single 5 or 6 mana card in my whole deck. So I think it's probably correct to just hold on to it for spell value. This game's not going anywhere fast. Thank you, Peepers. Appreciate the subscription. So, how does this work now? If I sack Demon's Disciple, I could get something back, but there's nothing to get back. So that's not really going to work. What if I Rebirth the Demon's Disciple? How does that work? I could then sack the Pack Beast. Oh, but then the Disciple... Sorry, I have to sack the Disciple or it won't come back. So, is there any way to make this awesome right now? Like, I know I can, like, sack whatever I Rebirth, but then I'm not getting anything back because I don't have anything dead at the moment. Yeah, I know I could sack it twice and kill 2 of their creatures, but I'm not getting anything back. What I want to do is sack it and get something back. But I don't have any way to do that, right? So I still think I should just chill for the most part. Let's mind drain them. If it dies in combat, but the problem is they have a 1/4, so how am I going to make a trade in combat, right? It's not really possible. If I get the chance to trade, I will at the speed of light. I'm just saying I don't really think I can make that happen, right? Like, how do I get them to trade with me? They're just going to block with their 1/4. I mean, I don't want to throw away a creature to get a trade. I mean, I guess I'd attack with the 3/2 and the 3/3, but then they'll trade with the aura, and I don't have anything to get back. I guess I can sack the Disciple to itself, let it go to the yard, and then attack with the aura. But again, they can always block it with the 1/4. I don't know. I think I just need to be a little bit patient until I can get some value. I'm not really under any pressure. It's not like they're drawing extra cards or anything like that. Have a little patience, y'all. So what do we want to do? This can turn into, what, a 2/15? They're 1 land away from being able to turn it into a 4/13. I mean, I can Deadly Alliance one of them. I wouldn't say this is that big of a problem. I'm just not sure whether I want to kill Vezerol or Charix. If I want to kill Vezerol, I do it now before they can copy something. Oh, I can do it with the ability on the stack, right? Because if this dies before they remove the counters, then they can't remove the counters and make a copy. So I don't have to kill Verazol now, right? I can do it with the kicker spell on the stack, with the trigger on the stack. So then I don't have to decide now. Because without a land, they can't even attack with Charix. I'll just block it with the aura. They need to play a 6th land to be able to attack with Charix. So I don't. If they play a kicker card, I can respond and kill Verazol if I don't want to let them copy it. If they play a land, then I can like block Charix, let them pump, and then kill that. So I'll chill for now. Look, I want to start attacking, but I mean, I can't spend like one of my good removals on the 1/4. So I mean, I've got 1 removal in hand now for one of these 2 bombs. And then, you know, I've got removal for the other. I've got binding. But on board at the moment, I don't think that I'm supposed to be doing anything yet. Thanks, Dara. No, because I think the way it works is this will trigger when they cast the spell. And then I will kill it. And then it says, when you cast a kick spell, you can remove 2 counters. So that trigger goes on the stack, I think. And then if I kill it, they can't remove the 2 counters, and then they can't make a copy. I'm not 100%. That's why I was checking with the chat, but I think that's how it works. Okay, so if the Oran Reef attacks, I can still just Deadly Alliance after, and I have an easy block on the Reef, so that's not scary. So there's still no reason to Deadly Alliance now. I mean, I'm certainly not Deadly Alliancing the Oran Reef. I may Deadly Alliance the Vezerol or the Charix, but I can always do that after the Oran Reef attacks when they think they're getting counters. So I might as well let them attack with the Oran Reef. Okay, so now they have 3 islands. It's a 118, so they can pay mana. So I'm just going to end up Deadly Alliancing Charix here. I can block to force them to pump it. Might as well do that, I guess. Yeah, their deck's got some rares. It's alright. I'm not scared. So if I'm binding the Vezerol, they do still have the ability to remove the counters. I'm not unwilling to do that, but I think I want to do some discipling, Demon's Discipling first. How close are they to 8 in their yard? Oh, they're on 6 cards in their yard. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a couple of cards in their yard to turn on the Rogue, and then if they go for a trade with the Rogue, that puts more cards in their yard and gets stuff out of the way. So I think what I want to do here, and then we can sack like Pack Beast, because it's a cleric. So then the next time if the Disciple dies, I can like rebirth it, and then I'll get the, it'll come back, and then I'll get the Pack Beast back in my hand, and then we can make them sack another creature, which will put them to 8 in their yard. I think it's a cleric in all zones, yeah. I'm not 100%, but I do think so. Yeah, it returns it to the battlefield. Well, that's a problem. This is a weird game. Like, my cards aren't lining up great, but they have no ability to, like, attack me or anything. Like, this is just a very strange game of Magic. I mean, I can't attack them, right? Yeah, their whole deck is rares. Who decks first? I don't know. Them by a very small amount at the moment. I mean, I don't think the opponent really had good ability to attack me so far. I don't think they've done anything wrong. Now I've got a problem. 2 4/4 flyers. But I mean, if I didn't kill Cheriks, I would have lost to it basically already. So, I don't think I really had any decisions. So I can binding one of those. I can also just attack with some clerics now, try and get some trades. Remember, even if they eat one, I do get to get it back. I mean, I get to get back the Pack Beast, not the one they eat, but that's not much different. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to attack now with some clerics. I mean, I can't really send too many profitably. The game's not looking good, but I wouldn't say it's totally lost. I think this is not going to work out that badly for me, so I'm just going to swing. Not with the healer, I think, because I'm going to use Rebirth on Aura probably, and nothing gets healer back. But Aura will get back one of the other dead 3s. So we'll see what happens. I mean, obviously I'm not loving life. But I want to pull the Demon's Disciple shenanigans if I can before I play the binding. So I'm kind of giving the opponent the chance to make blocks that work out well for me here. I'm not saying they're going to. If they make the exact best blocks against what I have, this will probably just work out horribly for me. But I'm going to lose to Scoot Swarm and to the 2 4/5 flyers now if I don't do anything. And if they make blocks that work out well for me, I think this could go well. I think this has the potential to go really well or really poorly, just depending on what they do exactly. I'm good. How are you, Alex? Yeah, pretty much Alucardia. But I do think it has a real chance to work out okay for me. It's not like, yeah, it's desperation time, but it's not hopeless desperation time. It's just time to get aggro and try and make something happen. That's awesome. Thanks, Nixius. I will try my best. I appreciate your generosity. Hey, what's up, Brazil? I appreciate it. I hope I can make you deliver on that guarantee. It's really way more on the opponent than me at the moment. Like I said, I don't think I can win if they block perfectly, but of course they don't know what I have. So if they make a mistake, if they block in a way that really works out well for me, there may be a chance. Okay, let's see. So 1, 4, and 4, 5 on Aura, so the order there doesn't matter. Same thing with Rogue. Okay, so the order doesn't matter in any of these. But we are losing the 3-1, which is kind of something I wanted. So now I'm going to rebirth Aura. And then I got to give life link to Clerics. Let's say I don't think it really matters. Probably going to cast Binding after the dust settles, so I don't need lifelink again. So we'll see what happens now. Like I said, mad triggers. Okay, so the order that I stack these probably does matter. And I don't know which is which. Oh, it shows you. That's kind of cool. Okay, so I want the Aura back in play as soon as possible. So let's have that one happen first. And then I want the 3-1 in play, I guess, with the other Aura ability on the stack. And then we can sack, I don't know, the 3-1 again, I guess, and get back Pack Beast. I hope I didn't mess up the triggers. I did mess up the triggers a little bit, yeah. Okay, and now Binding just goes on a 4-5. Yeah, that probably didn't work out well enough. I think I was supposed to end up with one more thing back. I think I messed up the triggers slightly. Yeah, wrong order. I agree. I wasn't trying to save the 1-1. I thought I was still going to be able to get back the Disciple one more time. Yeah, I wanted to make them sack one more time, but I messed it up. Alright, though. So if I trade a 4-mana Cleric, I can get back Disciple, but that doesn't really help me. Now that there's Binding, they'll just sack that. I don't think we really have an attack now, right? Pack Beast is a Cleric. That's how I got it back. I don't have many more Clerics in the yard. That was kind of the part of the problem. I couldn't really make the shenanigans go that nuts. It was a lot just because I didn't have that many Clerics in the yard. Yeah, Disciple and Binding have negative synergy. Remember, I took the Binding, and I was like, oh, I don't have a Disciple yet, and it's towards the end of pack 3, and then I got a Disciple 8th pick. But they're still both worth playing in my deck. Just try, if you draw both, then you try and use them in the right order. And if you only draw one of the two, it doesn't even matter that you have them both. But they clearly have negative synergy. That's not in debate. Well, Soul Shatter, I mean, yeah, I guess they don't have anything out with more than 3 casting cost. I mean, they sack their most expensive creature of their choice, so you're not thinking you're going to kill their 4/5 with it, but yeah, it could have. And now they can sack it to it. You're right, so Binding should also have went on the token, potentially. Sloppy play to start off this draft. What else is new? That's true. The token does have 3 casting costs, so that actually doesn't make much of a difference. Do they get the kicked counters on the copy? Yes, they do. I was kind of wondering about that, actually. So I know the Riptide's only going to have 5 power this turn, but this works out pretty well for me. I can put the Angel Heart and the Stonework Pack Beast in front of it, give lifelink to the Angel Heart, and then get back the Pack Beast. So the end and I get a 1/1 token. So the end result here should be I'm trading like Angel Heart for Pack Beast, and I'm getting a 1/1 and 3 life out of that exchange. We got this. No reason to concede. We're gonna win. I'm just kidding. I think I'm an underdog. I think I could win. I get to hit with the 3/3 lifelinker and make a 1/1. Do I want to Blood Beckoning anything? Yeah, maybe I'll Blood Beckoning back the Rogues. One of them's a 4/3 Menace, and the other has Death Touch to block big ground creatures. Seems okay. I'm not saying I'm going to win, but if they play a big creature that isn't kicker, I can Soul Shatter it. On board, it's whatever. I mean, even though the Scoot Swarm is kind of incredible, and I'm probably going to end up losing to that, I mean, I do have lifelinkers and can give lifelink to more things, so when they swarm, it's going to have to be with a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't think they can swarm with 30 of them, but if they double it again, they probably can, and every time they play a land, they double it. So I am probably going to lose to the swarm, but see what happens. I don't have anything that -1/-1's everything or anything like that, right? Not really, no. I can start pinging them with Blight Priest. I don't really have direct ways out of the swarm. So I'm probably going to end up losing to the Scoot Swarm. Maybe they'll swing 1 turn earlier than they should, not realizing really how effective lifelink is, though. But I think if they're not swinging like now, if they're waiting to double it, I think I'm going to lose. So unless it's lethal now, which it could be, it could not be. I have no idea. Obviously, I don't have to count because I don't have to decide whether to attack with 31/1s or not. Oh, half of them just came into play, so clearly they're not swinging yet this turn. We'll see what happens next turn. If they attack all, they win? Really? I mean, only half of them can attack, don't forget. I mean, I haven't counted. I mean, I have no reason to count. It's not my decision to make. But I'm at 18 because I have a 3/3 lifelinker, and half their 1/1 tokens are affected by summoning sickness. I really doubt they can swing all for the win. 21 creatures, and I'm at 18, and I have all these blockers. I don't see it. Alright, so what do we want to do? The only thing that can really attack is the Blackborn Rogue. I probably should attack with it. There's no blocks they can make that would really be bad for me, I don't think. The problem is it's not a cleric, so it's not triggering my stuff or anything. Do I have any dead clerics? Yes, but they're 3-mana ones, so I'd have to lose a 4-mana cleric to get them back. Maybe I'm just not attacking. Yeah, I guess an attack just really isn't accomplishing anything here. I'm not sure that it's lethal if they attack with everything. It might be, but I think it's extremely close. Remember, I can give lifelink to the 2/3 cleric and the 3/2 cleric or whatever. So I have 11 points of lifelink, so I'm at 26. So I think it's actually very close. I might be dead. I'm not saying I'm not. But I'm effectively at 26, and I have 5/10 blockers. Yeah, the trample might finish me off. Like I said, I think it's extremely tight. Like, they have 31, 34, 38 attackers. No, 37 attackers. And I'm at 26 life with 10 blockers. So, it does look like it's lethal, but it's only by a couple of points. It's crazy, right? Like, I'm dead, but by like 3 damage or something. But yeah, the trample makes it a little tougher. I mean, I have like some 3 toughness creatures, but I still take 2 from each of the 5/5 tramplers then. So I'm pretty sure I am dead. It's probably by like 4 or 5 points. So lifelink. I can give lifelink and lifelink. Yeah, so I'm at 26. I can't give lifelink to the rogue. Yeah, I am dead. Last turn, I had the aura up. But they could only attack with half their tokens, so I don't think it was lethal last turn if they alpha'd. Again, it was close, but... Whoa! Nixius, 5 subs if I won. I guess it was 10 if I lost. Thanks for the generosity, Nixius. Yeah, I know. That's why I said it's definitely lethal, and I didn't even line up blocks at Johnny the Cat. I just... but it was only lethal by, like I said, a few points. I mean, I was at 26... and I had 10 blockers, and they had 37 attackers, I counted, so... And then a few of them were going to deal 1 or 2 points, because I had, like, 3 toughness blockers, and they were, like, 5 power tramplers. I think it's a military term to Alpha Strike. Thank you for the generosity, Nixius. I know I wasn't able to deliver there, but I'll still try and deliver a 7-win draft here to earn those subs. I appreciate the support. Do I want to block? No, but I do have Blood Beckoning, but still no, because I have a Tended Healer. If I didn't have a Tended Healer, I'd probably block, knowing I could Blood Beckoning it back and then play it kicked. But now on turn 4, I can drop healer, hit for 1, and make a 1/1. So, no. Hey, I don't mind. They milled Aura, I can get it back with Blood Beckoning, and Soul Shatter's just a removal. That mill almost helped me. They put one of the best cards in my deck in my graveyard when I have a Blood Beckoning in hand. Alright, no decisions here. Set up a little combo. So can they do anything if I attack with healer? They could bring in like 2 more duelists. That's pretty unlikely, and I have beckoning. That's the only thing, right? With blue, there's not like a flash 2/2 or something. It'd have to literally have 2 more duelists. Gloomhunter's good in clerics, yeah, because it's a good way to trigger healers and blight priests and all that. I mean, I'd rather just have Core Celebrants, but it is one of the better 2-drops for clerics. I agree with that, P. Drew. Yeah, I really don't like Spare Supplies in this format. There are some formats where I think Spare Supplies would be a good card. 2 mana is not very much to get a card right away, and then you do go up a card. But in this format, it's really all about impacting the board, not going up a card. This is a board presence, so it's not binary. There's just, board presence is worth however much it's worth in every format, and card advantage is worth however much it's worth in every format. But this is a format where board advantage is on the high side, I would say, in value, and card advantage on the low side. Obviously, it's still good to have card advantage, and in every format, it's the better your board presence, the better your card advantage, the better. But this is a format where I think, card drawing, 5 mana draw 3, is not on the high side of value, or, Spare Supplies. Stuff like that is on the low side as far as for the format, as far as how much value it provides. Hi, Drana. I don't have any 2-mana clerics. Nope. Bye, Drana. Pleasure seeing you, even if it was brief. That's kind of how I like it, to be honest. Theros Beyond Death was not really about board presence. It was super grindy. Every game went long. I think Spare Supplies probably be a good card in that format. You go up cards to help you fuel more escape, and then you put this in your graveyard to help fuel escape. I think it would have been a very good card in that format. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't sign up for this. I said bye, Drana. Don't come back. What do they have to get back? I guess just a duelist at the moment. Is there anything I can do? Not really. I guess if I Angel Heart the Gloomhunter and drop the healer and attack, I get my 1/1. And then the rogue can attack. Because it has menace. I mean, I'm not sure if we're going to win or lose. I mean, all they have in the graveyard at the moment is a duelist to bring back. But I like this better when Drana wasn't in play. I'll say that much. Yeah, it would have probably been good with the Artifact Matters themes in ELD, in decks that wanted that. Mill some Clerics for Aura to be better. Alright, you can mill some Swamps. I didn't need those either. So now let's see. This can be they have 3 islands, so a 3 power, 14 toughness creature. Anything I trade with on the ground isn't particularly good for me at the moment because it just comes back. So unless I'm going to attack with everything on the ground, I'm probably attacking with nothing. Given I'm about to drop 2 more ground creatures, I probably just wait a turn. And I can still send the Gloom Hunter, get in my damage, get a 1/1. I don't think they're going to attack with Drana again here unless they have some cards to play. So we'll most likely enter what looks to be like a stalemate, but we'll have to see what's up for next turn. If they get up to 8 in the yard, I might just have like an alpha for lethal. I mean, because this, as a 5-power menace creature, would deal a lot of damage. Like, right now, I have 9 attackers to their 3 blockers, but a lot of my attackers have 1 power. Like, I don't think I have an alpha for lethal. That's not to say I don't have an alpha. Maybe I do, but if any clerics die, I'll get them back if Aura dies. But let's see what happens. So if I send everything and they don't have anything, they can block 4 creatures. Let's say they block like the 3/1, the 3/2, the 3/2, and the 3/3. They would take 4, 6, 7 plus a point from the Blight Priest. No, it'll be dead. Well, whatever. I think it still triggers, right? If it's in play, like when I deal damage. But so that's 8 damage. So they'd be at 2. So if they don't have anything and I attack with everything, I think they go to 2. Yeah, with the other Blight Priest triggers, it might be lethal if I give lifelink to more clerics. And even if it's not lethal, it's only a couple of points short, so I'm going to go for it. If they have nothing, I think they die to the Blight Priest triggers. If they have something, then I'm going to lose a couple creatures. But if they spend their mana casting something, they can't pump Sharix. So, I mean, I'm going to lose a couple of creatures, deal them a bunch of damage, gain a few life, make a 1/1. So I think, like, yeah, I know it gives other things lifelink. So I think if they have nothing, they're dead to the Blight Priest triggers. If they have something, they're not going to die. Like, anything. Like, if they play 1 removal, I don't think they're dead. But, like, they're going to finish at, like, 3 or 4, and they're going to lose, like, one creature, and I'm going to lose, like, 3 or 4. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, so we need to give out some lifelink, though. We definitely want to do that. I don't think it super matters to what, but I guess blocked creatures make more sense than unblocked creatures, since they can't kill those as profitably. So let's give lifelink to blocked creatures. This way, if they kill those to prevent the nug for 1, that's better for me, because they're already blocked. Drana does not have first strike, no. So like I said, they had an Into the Royal. That meant they couldn't pump Charix. So it looks like we still got them for Xaxes. Yeah, but they chose to take too much damage. Yeah, they could have blocked differently and not died with the Into the Royal, but it wouldn't have went too badly for us. If they would have let a 1 power through instead of a 3 power through, they would have finished at 2 life. But all that would have happened was they would have killed a couple of our creatures. Not that many. Like, we would have lost like 2 or 3 of our 9 creatures. They would have lost like 1, and they would be at like 2, and we would have gained a bunch of life. So I don't think they had to take lethal, but I think if they had Into the Royal, but I think they were not in great shape. It would have still finished like, 8 creatures, because they make a 1/1 also. So it would have finished like 8 creatures to their 4, and them at 2 life or something. Thanks, Flex Retro. Appreciate the 21 months of support. I haven't signed a deal yet, but I did get a couple of offers. They're circulating my freestyle around the music industry now. And, I won't say the phone is blowing off the hook, but I've got a few offers. This is the first draft of the day. The blue-green I was playing was from off-stream, and I don't count that. 3 drafts on stream, so this is draft 1 of the day. So I'm going to hold on to the Black Bloom Rogue, I think. I don't have any other 3-drops right now, so if I draw a land, I can curve out 2-drop, 3-drop. And if I haven't drawn a land by turn 3, then I'll just probably play the Rogue as a land. Well, you know, I'm not that famous in the rap world yet. It's not like the Magic the Gathering world, dank wink. So, like, right now, my rates to come out and do a party are travel expenses plus, I don't actually know what professionals get for that. What do they charge to come out and do somebody's party? I know it probably varies a lot, but if you're like a low tier celeb, what do you get? Like 50K for something like that? I have no idea. Yeah, I'll probably do ads and chats tomorrow. I don't know. You're welcome, Jim Noto. Thank you for supporting my stream. $10. I don't think even the low tier rappers go do private parties for $10. So I've got a rogue, so I can only deal 2 damage. So I guess I'll just attack with the one they can't block. 12? Okay, yeah, for 12 I'm in. 10 to 20K for low-end musicians? Yeah, that makes sense. That's about what I would guess. Yeah, but this is the rap game, not the Magic the Gathering game. So, you know, look, I'm pretty famous in the rap world, too. I mean, you've heard my flow. But, I mean, like, I'm more low tier in the rap world. It's not like the Magic the Gathering world, you know? Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I was asking how much for like a low end celebrity to do like a private party, not like how much for, Jay-Z to do Times Square on New Year's Eve or whatever. Like, I mean, they may do that just for the celebrity at that point, but yeah, I know it would be millions for something of that nature. I meant like, rich persons having their like, graduation party and they want like a low tier, but, somebody with a record deal, but like a low tier celebrity to come do their private party or something. I don't actually know. I'm not in the industry, but I would guess something like 10 to 50K would be my guess. Okay, so if I attack and they double block, I eat the 2/2, so they're not gonna, and then I'll just play Aura. You tell me, Nixius. DJ Krabby or MC Ben S, who's the real star? Huh? What do they have? They can't kick Shell Shield. They can play Shell Shield, but... Okay. Cool. You got it. I'm not even going to practice tactics. I just don't, like... I can use that for more value later, probably. Like, I have a Cleric and a Rogue, so I can already deal 4. Venn $sign. Yeah, that was... maybe they thought the Riptide would trigger if they played a kicker spell, even if it was on-kicked. If so, that play makes sense, because they wouldn't lose either creature. Yeah, I don't mind them snaring Aura too much. I mean, that means I'm going to get that ability for the entire rest of the game. Can't really complain. I don't have a lot going on, but hopefully I'll draw some Clerics. That's a good one to draw. Okay, I don't see any real decisions. Happily attack with both. If they want to trade for the links, I'm ecstatic. It gives me a creature to get back. And then I've got the Blight Priest, so I can block the Chronicler on my turn. Or the Riptide. I might even block the Blight Priest on the Riptide in practice tactics, even though that's 2 for 1-ing myself. And then I could Blood Beckoning and get back the links and the Blight Priest. We'll see what they do. Obviously, they have to play a kicker card to even be able to attack. Yes, I do agree with that, Alta Fantasia. I think Black-White Clerics is the best archetype. Mine ended up fine, but not great, because I didn't really get enough of the good commons for it. It's funny, because I have more than enough of the uncommons and rares, but I just didn't see that many of the good commons during this draft. Like, that are usually pretty easy to pick up. Okay, so we're going to tactics the Falconer for 4. We have a Cleric and a Rogue. No real decisions. They can't block both, so they can, you know, if they go for the double block on the Rogue, I get in 1 extra damage by attacking with both. If I send just the Blackborn Rogue, well, then I get in actually no damage because they can just block it, double block it. Basically, no matter how they block, I'm going to practice tactics the 4/4 flyer if it blocks. So the point of sending both is just to deal the most damage I can. Get in a few points. Thank you, Gaming with Messiah. Appreciate the subscription. Oh, yeah. I mean, if the Riptide blocks, I'm not going to tactics. But if the Falconer blocks, I'm going to tactics. Wow, they just took all 5? Cool. If they want to take damage, I'm cool with that. So are they going to have another Shell Shield? I guess it's worth tacticsing, because even if they have a Shell Shield, they at least have to use it now, right? Nah, maybe not. They have to have it. They chose not to block, and then they're attacking. Yeah, I could have beckoning back the links maybe since I have 2. I could also end up like double blocking a Riptide though, or they kick something like when I attack. I could see myself doing better with this Blood Beckoning than just that links. Like now. This was a pretty aggressive attack. I just realized now, since I'm going to kick Blood Beckoning and just play 1 creature, I die to a land Cunning Geyser Mage. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't die to a kicker card, and I don't die to a removal spell. It has to be like a removal spell and a kicker card. Maybe I'll just Blood Beckoning just the Cleric back and play it so I can still have practice tactics up. That's probably better. Yeah, I don't want to die to Into the Royal or Cunning Geyser Mage in a land. I'm just going to Blood Beckoning on kicker like that. And now I don't die to that stuff. Now if they bounce the Cleric's Life Bond and attack for everything, I can tactics the 4/4 flyer, take 10, and then I'm still in good shape. In fact, I might just end the game on my turn. I don't really want to kill a Riptide with tactics. They have a 4/4 flyer out. Like, that's what I'm trying to, like, kill here. These are just 0/5s. They're not really stopping me. And if they turn them on once in a while, I can work through them. They're at 5 in their yard now. This is an interesting game, I must say. So if I attack with all 3, and then I Blood Beckoning with kicker, I should be able to play something, because I already have the links to get back. And if they play like a Shell Shield and eat my board for the most part, I'm actually okay with that. Because they're only killing 2 of the 3 creatures. And if they do it proactively, I can then tactics Falconer if it blocks. And then, like I said, I can Blood Beckoning with kicker, play a land, play a 2-drop, and have tactics available. So I'm actually not that afraid here. I think they have Shell Shield, but I don't think it's going to work that bad for me. I think I can work through it. And they have 5 in the yard, so Shield will make 6. So Tactics makes 7. So I can't turn on the Black Bloom yet. So if I were to tactics and they shield in response, then Falconer lives. So I'm just passing to them. Now there's the shield. Now I can respond to that with tactics. I'm still going to lose my creatures, but I'm killing the 4/4 flyer like I wanted to. And then I can just get back like my creatures for the most part. So this actually worked out pretty well, I think, as far as working through their cards. I mean, it's a tight game. I haven't won or lost. But now we can also Blood Beckoning, get back the other two. They're also at 7 cards, so if they put a card in their graveyard, Black Bloom Rogue turns into a 4/3 menace. 5/3 menace, sorry. All right, so what's the deal now? So I can play the Blight Priest first if I want, and then I get in a point of damage and they're at 3. But then even if I attack with all 3, they can double block 1 and single block the other 2, so I'm not lethaling them. So it doesn't look like I'm going to have a good attack, because their blocks just line up well. So I think as soon as I play one of these, I'm going to gain a life, so I can't trigger both of these. So this turn I have to decide if I want to make a 1/1 or if I want to deal them 1. I think I want to make a 1/1. But I don't have more clerics in hand, so I think I'm going to hold the Blight Priest for next turn. Right, but you only gain the healer trigger when you gain life for the first time each turn. Oh, but Blight Priest you get each time. Right, so I can play the healer. Yeah, but still, I won't get a life from healer next turn if I play the Blight Priest, right? But if I play the Blight Priest now. But if I wait on the Blight Priest, then I can trigger the healer next turn again. So it's a tough decision. I guess I'll probably be able to attack next turn. So we can just play the Blight Priest. I mean, they're going to gain a life if they play a land to be at 4. I mean, they have a lot of cards in hand. They're going to put out some blockers. I'm not sure if it was right to play the Blight Priest or not. It also exposes it to, like, Rabid Bite and stuff like that. Whereas if I play it and then Alpha, then they might be dead from the Blight Priest triggers. I don't think I should have played the Blight Priest. I think my original thinking was correct here. But then I don't get a 1/1. I get an extra point of damage, JPG Silva, but then a Tended Healer only triggers the first time you gain life each turn. Cleric of Lifespawn only grows the first time you gain life each turn. Did they kill me? I don't have any life linkers? I mean, I'm pretty sure you're wrong, JP Silva, but also I probably misplayed because not with the triggers, but with the losing this game. Cleric of Lifebond only triggers the first time you gain life each turn, and so does Attended Healer. So if I would have played the Blight Priest and gained a life, if I then play the Attended Healer, I already gained life in this turn, so I don't get a 1/1 token. Yeah, I shouldn't have listened to chat. If I didn't play the Blight Priest, I'd have the ability to give lifelink to something, and then I wouldn't be dead to this alpha. Oh no, I mean, the order I did last turn was correct. The misplay was casting Blight Priest, if anything, but some of that is results-oriented thinking. Like, we didn't have any reason to put them on Arbor Mage. But also, like, it exposes it to Rabid Bite and things like that. I don't think I should have played the Blight Priest. Yeah. Count, chat, 12,748,000. Ben, 13. I got one. No, I mean, the chat's usually right. Like, obviously, the chat hive mind is a lot better than me at Magic. But, yeah, this time I think I was right. This is only the first draft. We got 2 more drafts to hit Mythic. Also, the rest of the month. It's only October 14th. You'd think I'd know what day it is since it was 2 days after my birthday, but I actually didn't. I just pulled it up on my computer. I'm like, it's October. Scroll over to the taskbar. 14th. Arbor Mage is good. I mean, sometimes it's, not much. Other times it wins the game. But the floor on that card is pretty low. I mean, pretty high. Because it's a 3-mana 2/3, and then you can still just, make a flyer, have to block your ground creature or something. It's a pretty good card overall. Happy to get trades when I have Blood Beckoning in hand. Thank you, Mystic Bigfoot. Appreciate the subscription. For now, it looks like we're going to try and ride this Skulker to victory while we kill everything they have. And then if they kill the Skulker, we're a land away from buying back both creatures. Well, I don't like that, because this doesn't kill enchantments, and while I can kill the 2/2 flyer, there's probably going to be more. But I don't mind vanquishing it. I have Soul Shatter, Tactics, Binding, and Blood Beckoning in hand. That one will probably Soul Shatter. It's going the distance, Nixius. I mean, I assume they'll kill it or trade with it, but then I can Blood Beckoning it and the Seagate Banner it back. Thank you, Electic9. Appreciate the subscription. Cool name. What is this thing? I haven't seen this thing in a while. Each creature gets +1/+0 for the first time in his attack this turn. Landfall, you get an additional combat step. Yeah, that's a magic card. That looks like a pretty good one to Binding. I mean, right now I can Tactics for 4, though, so I could attack with both. If they block, I'll Tactics, and then just Blood Beckoning back 2 creatures. I think I'm going to attack, because Tactics is situational, and it'll take that out if it blocks. And I don't mind losing a second creature here. If they take it, I'm still going to end up binding it post-combat, I think. But if they blocked, I'd be happier. So that's why I attacked first. Because even if I'm binding it, they still have this landfall ability. So it's not the best. I mean, I'm not scared of that, because the life total's 20 to 8 and counting. I get to attack first and all that. Yeah, that's why I wanted to Tactics it. But again, they're not attacking this turn. I mean, if they make a creature or 2, and then, I attack them, what are they going to have left to then attack and play land and attack again? So, I mean, I think it is the right play, but yeah, I'm not exactly loving life. Okay, so, again, I have Tactics for 4 to hit the ley line. Do I want to play anything pre-combat? Probably not. A healer can't give itself lifelink anyway. So let's just attack and see what they want to do. So now I need to have Tactics for 4 available if possible. The only way that's possible... Oh, no, it works. I can get back the Seagate Banneret and the Skulker, play the Banneret, and then I have a Warrior and a Cleric out. So we're actually able to have that available to hit the Leyline Tyrant. feed is better than the way people talk about it, but you don't necessarily want a million of them. To me, it's just it's a card that I'm drafting any number of and playing, but I take it under Vanquish and Deadly Alliance. It's like the third best black common removal. Okay, so I can attack with both. There's nothing for 1 red, right? And then I can pump the Banneret if they block it with a 2/2. So the 2/2 doesn't have a good block on either. And then if the Leyline blocks, I'm just going to Tactics it. Yeah, I think they suspect Tactics, but I also don't know what choices they really have, right? I guess they can pay 1 and deal 1 to the Banneret so that it'll still die. But, like, okay, whatever. I still kill the 2/2 flyer. Like, who cares? I mean, they did just field research. They may still win this game. They may run me out of resources. But, I mean, I had to kill the Leyline Tyrant, so... My only real choice there was, I guess, whether to send the Banneret or not. But I think it was right. So we have 8 mana, so I can't play at all. Guess we'll put out the good clerics. Return Morog. How do they return Morog? Oh, with their Geyser Mage, you're saying. Interesting. Thanks, Mir. My first professional, and by professional I mean I go to Supercuts or wherever, haircut in a long time. So if I take this, they're going to play a land and attack again, presumably. Or at least untap them. So do I want to trade? I mean, the answer is not really, but 4, 7. I guess they can't lethal me on board or anything, so I should just take it. Because I can still just lifelink and then hit back. And even if they attack again, like, I can still just lifelink and hit back. Nah, this doesn't just trigger on main phase 1. It wouldn't even work if it did, really. It just triggers on either main phase, right? Whenever a land enters the battlefield, if it's your main phase, it doesn't say anything about main phase 1. Wow, I think I'm going to lose. I thought I was looking pretty good this game. These last 2 games have been, like, squeakers that went the wrong way. So, what can we do? I can play that Blight Priest, and then I can attack with the other one, give it lifelink, which I pretty much need to do to not just be guaranteed dead. They can eat it with the Shell Shield. I can't really stop that. They're going to get drained for 2, so they're at 4. I'll get my 1/1. I guess that's all I can really do here, right? So let's put the other one out. I don't think I want to send Healer. I don't think that accomplishes anything good. The only reason I'm really even sending this is because I can give it lifelink. So it dies, but they take 2. I get my 1/1 and gain 3. I'm not dead to a land, am I? Yeah, I am. 2 attacks with the flyers. Oh, that's a bad sign. They discarded Drew and then immediately went to attack with all their flyers. Wah, wah, wah. It does nothing good for me, Dark Catfident. Nothing good for me. Alright, first draft of the day. We went backwards. Luckily, I don't think we actually even lost, like, a thing, because we're still in Diamond 1. So, hopefully we can get there. Yeah, it resets every month. So last time I did it on one of the last days of the month, and now we're in the middle of the month. So, but the Mythic season is monthly. What do we got here? Sejiri's Shelter, definitely better than the other uncommons or rares. Shadowcat is quite good in black-green counters matter, but you gotta be black-green counters matter for that card to be good, whereas Shelter's just good in any white deck. Bubble Snare, also good in any blue deck. Bubble Snare and Shelter are probably pretty close. The rest of the commons are way worse. So this is a pick between Bubble Snare and Shelter. Think it's close. Think Shelter's better. Shelter's a land spell modal that I like a lot. It's just always a useful effect, or a land if you need it. So, if we had taken the Bubble Snare, we could take Lol Mage's Domination. Since we took the Shelter, we'll just take Emiria Captain. These 2 cards are pretty close. I mean, if it was pick 1, pack 1, I'd probably take Lol Mage. But Emiria Captain's a card I like a lot. If you start with it, it's pretty easy to party, to plan for it, to have it be a 4-mana 3/3 or 4/4, or sometimes even 5/5 flyer. Sadly, it seems like we're seeing more good cards in red and blue. Not guessing well today, but there's no reason to switch course here, I don't think. I mean, these cards are not, like, exceptional, and Practice Tactics and Shepherd are pretty good. And especially if we're going to draft, like, a white party deck, I think Shepherd makes a lot of sense. Try and do, like a white party deck. Wow, Magmatic Channeler 4th, huh? I like this card a lot. Do other people not like this card? It's just a 2-drop that's good in the late game. It's a card drawing engine. Thanks, Danny. I know. I mean, this was obviously a good pack. I mean, Pack Beast would be good for us. Celebrant with the Shepherd and the Captain and the start of could be a Cleric stack. And then there's Falconer, there's Blade Master, Chandler. Like, this whole pack is great. I mean, I guess I'm going to take Chandler. If we do white-red and we party, it's a red wizard, which is nice with our warrior and our cleric at this point. Guess so. Now it's Shatter Skull Minotaur. I guess we're doing a white-red party deck. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. This pack kind of sucks for it, but we can pick up a rogue. I like Chandler a lot. I'm surprised to see that their 4th pick. I mean, it was clearly a good pack, like, because there were still 2 or 3 other pretty good cards in the pack. But I'm pretty surprised to see Chandler 4th pick. Roost is the only uncommon that I would definitely take over it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, there's nothing wrong with taking, like, you know, Blood Chief's Thirst or Journey over it. But Roost is the only uncommon in the whole set that comes to mind as, like, definitely over Chandler. We already have a wizard, and I like picking up these 1/1 rogues where I can. Remember, rogues are in blue and black primarily, So when you're white-red, if you're partying and you get the opportunity to pick up a white or red rogue, you want to do it pretty aggressively. Because red has wizards and warriors, and white has warriors and clerics. So rogues are the toughest ones for you to get. And we already have card that matters with party, card that matters with party, card that matters with party, card that matters with party. I know we got it after. And it's pack 1. So 6 picks in, we had 3 cards that matter with party. I don't think there are any common white rogues. Are there no uncommon or rare ones either? That I don't know. Yeah, red, rogue is primarily blue and black by a lot, but red has Sneaking Guide common. It's got like that 3 mana 2/3 that draws cards as a red uncommon rogue, which I like. So now do we Sneaking Guide or Spoils? I mean, I will want 2 Sneaking Guides for an aggressive red-white party deck, but it's early in the draft. It's not impossible. We can still go white-blue. So I think there's more upside in Spoils. Spoils is a really good card. Like, the way I see it, our red here is like 2 cards, and now our blue is 1 card. And I'm not going to miss second Sneaking Guide in pack 1. Again, we're faced with a similar pick. For white-red aggro, I might want Allied Assault, but we already have pretty big stuff. I think I'm just going to take Skulker in case we go white-black still. The way I see this draft, we're going to play white. We have 4 good white cards, like they're all good cards. And then we're probably going to play white-red. But you never know. What if we open a great black rare or great blue rare? We're not committed to red. We have 2 good red cards. So we'll prioritize white the best we can. We'll keep our options open going into the start of pack 2, and then we'll see what we open. Definitely leaning white-red. We got a 4th pick Chandler and like a 5th pick Minotaur. But again, maybe we open one of the best cards in the set, and it's black or blue. So if we do, and it's blue, we'll be very happy to have Spoils, right? If not, I won't really care that I missed out on a Sneaking Guide. That's actually something that used to confuse people a lot in my videos and stuff. They would be like, I understood most of your picks, but you were drafting a good blue-green deck, and then, yeah, you got, like, you know, a 5th pick red removal spell, so you took it, but then you went right back to drafting blue-green. Why did you take that red removal spell 5th? I'd get asked that a lot, and the answer is I'm not psychic. So if I see blue card, green card, blue card, green card, red removal spell, blue card, green card, then I'm going to take the red removal spell, then go back to drafting blue-green. But if the 6th and 7th pick are 2 more good red cards, then I'll switch to red. It's about keeping your options open, not making a decision to switch. So Tabrex is good, but black is not a color we saw a lot of. And Thundering Spark Mage is going to be excellent in a red-white party deck. So I think we just take Thundering Spark Mage here. We could take Nahiri's Binding with white being the color we're committed to, but now we're opening our first pick. It's important to pick up these red wizards for a white-red party deck where we can. So I think that's the right choice. Wizard is not a type I expect to have a lot of. White and red share warriors, so you can take warriors for granted. I apologize, warriors, but I do take you for granted when I'm drafting white-red. But rogues and wizards and clerics, you do want to pick up somewhat aggressively. So do we want Myriad Construct? I mean, this card is good. It's a 4 mana 4/4. It's a little immune to removal. You can kick it in the late game. I mean, they probably have a non-basic out or 2. It's not a huge deal. Kazul's Fury is probably the pick, if not the Myriad Construct. It's a pretty good land spell modal for an aggro deck, but the Construct's probably better. I think this card is way more fancy than good, but that doesn't mean it isn't good. But it doesn't make 4/1/1s when it dies. It makes 4/1/1s when it trades with when it's targeted by like a spell. So like, yeah, it's annoying for some decks that they can't kill it necessarily, but they can also just block it with like a 2/2 and a 3/3 or like a 1/1 Death Touch or whatever. But I look to have some tricks. I've got practice tactics, so interacting with me in combat is not going to be easy. Like I have 2 practice tactics and a shelter already, so I think that the construct will work out well in my deck. easy Akoum Warrior here. I want Pack Beast, but Akoum Warrior is just one of those land spells that I think is like a perfect card. Not to say it's like busted or anything, but like in a land light hand, you just play it as a land, and then instead of flooding out, you draw a 4/5 trample and win the game if you have a land heavy hand. It's just a perfect card. I love Pack Beast too, and especially in a party deck. I just can't do it over Akoum Warrior. I might take Pack Beast here. I mean, this deck is definitely aggressive. I don't want Core Celebrant. Skyclave Cleric is still a fine cleric and a land, but now I think we can justify Pack Beast. I wouldn't really say it was a bait last draft. I would just say we got unlucky. I mean, clearly there weren't other people really drafting focused cleric decks, and there just weren't a lot of the commons opened. We literally just got unlucky. Alright, this card costs 8. It's fine because it's a land, but I don't think we really want that. Angel Heart Protector for a red-white aggro party deck is perfect, because you don't want Core Celebrants if you're an aggro deck, but you still need clerics for your party, and this makes a creature near basically unblockable for a turn and is a top-heavy cleric. Just an all-around good card for us. Same thing with Shepherd. So that's good. We shore up our cleric slot pretty nicely. 2 Shepherds. Hopefully we can pick up like 1 more Protector. Our Wizards are looking okay. I mean, we have a Spark Mage and a Channeler. Would like to pick up a couple more. And Rogues are tough to get in red-white. We've got our 1 guide. Hopefully we can get 1 more. And then, like I said, you can take your Warriors for granted. So now there's Core Celebrant and Seagate Banneret. Like I said, we're pretty aggro. This is our first Banneret. I don't think this is a deck that really wants Core Celebrant. We already can gain life for races and against aggro decks. We do need more 2 and 3 drops, I agree. I mean, we're not doing horrible on 2 drops. We have Chandler, Ambusher, and Pack Beast as 3 good ones that we're happy to play. But I do agree we want more. So now we can pick up another Cleric, I think. We have enough Clerics that that'll have lifelink sometimes. Did we really just table that binding? 9th pick? Cool. I mean, I'd like a Spellcraft, but I'm not going to take another 5-mana card over a 3-mana card. I'd rather just have the cheaper removal. Colossus is fine. I would play it if I got it. But again, it's still like it's just like a 5-mana 7/5, sometimes 4-mana. Like, it's a fine card, but I already have 2 Shepherds, which are better than it. Minotaur and Warrior, which are better than it. I don't really like Allied Assault, though. I think I'm going to grab Seagate Banneret. Allied Assault's fine. Like, I'd probably play it. But I really like Seagate Banneret. Sure, I'm not going to use the base camp, but whatever. Okay, this looks like a pretty easy Royal Eruption. Both of these cards are fine, not particularly exciting. This is just Royal Eruption by miles and miles and miles. Yeah, I like Seagate Banneret. I mean, you don't want a million, like, 1-mana, 1-power creatures. But, I mean, the Seagate does help offset that. We have already a red spell land and a white one, so we shouldn't flood or screw much. If we draw 5 lands, we'll use the Bannerets. Like, I think they'll work out pretty well. And we want to have creatures in play at all times to fuel our tactics. I mean, this deck looks pretty good. There's no cards I'm like, oh, we gotta cut. Like, everything here looks pretty good. I don't love Skyclave Apparition. I still think it's good. I mean, I would take, like, Royal Eruption over it. But I don't think I want Prowling Felidar, which isn't even a party type, over it. And this pack just has basically no red and white cards otherwise. Or a third. Alright, I'll switch to white-black clerics. It's not too late. I'm just kidding. Of course it is too late. Kabira Takedown it is. Hopefully we can table the Sneaking Guide. I would like a second rogue, but I'm not going to take it over Takedown. We'll just hope it tables. Bugcatcher, a nice aggressive 2-drop for a red-white party deck. That's just a really good pickup. Not even close. I would take this over Spellcraft here all day. I'll play the Spellcraft if I get it, but Bugcatcher is just a good 2 for this deck. Now we have to make a choice. I mean, we still only have 2 Wizards, and this is an opportunity to pick up a pretty good one in Ardent Electromancer. But Shelter is a substantially better card. And we have so many playables that I think we have to take cards that can replace lands over cards that are going to go in the spell slot. So I'm going to take Shelter. Because we still have, like, a lot of pack 3 left, and we already have enough playables for a deck. But yeah, if I table that Electromancer, I'll be happy. That would be a nice fit for this deck. That said, I can't count on that, and we already have 2 Bannerets, so I'm going to go with the Farsight Adept for a White Wizard. Probably going to end up not playing Expedition Champion. This card's fine if it's always a 4-3, but it can still get cut. There's no way we can play Amulet. We're not going to play Voice. These cards don't matter. Whatever. Fireblade is good with equipment. We don't really have any. We don't really even have much pump. We can pump it with, like, Seagate Banneret. Yeah, I'm grabbing Angel Heart Protector. Yeah, I think I don't value Kite Sail high enough. It's a pretty good card if you're a creature-heavy deck, which we are. I mean, I do have, like, Takedown and 2 Shelters and 2 Bindings. I have a decent amount of spells. But yeah, maybe I could have used a Kite Sail, Royal Eruption. This is going to be tough to cut cards from. What am I supposed to cut from here? I mean, I don't think Kite Sail over Binding, but I do think I don't take Kite Sail high enough. Yeah, we can cut 1 Banneret. But, wow, and these are cards that I kind of want to make the deck too. We've been keeping the curve down. I mean, Spellcraft and Protector are nice drops for this deck. I guess I'll take Spellcraft for now. So yeah, I don't know what we're going to cut. The Electromancer came back too? Wow. Okay, this is not going to be easy. I mean, we don't have to cut that many cards, because we do have, like, 4 or 5 spell lands, and this is an aggro deck, so we'll probably play, like, 14 lands, maybe even 13, but we're still going to have to cut, like, you know, at least 3, maybe 4 cards. Let's take a good actual look. So we have 1 red spell land and 2, 3 white ones, so we have 4. I thought I had 1 more. Guess not. Takedown, 2 Shelters, a Coon Warrior. So we have 4. So we'll probably want to play, like 13 to 14 lands. We have way more white than red. So we're probably not really looking to cut much more mountains than 1. Probably do that. And then, given we don't have as many red sources, I'm going to play 1 Sneaking Guide. Hey, thanks, TPO, for gifting out 5 subs. Really appreciate it. Also, thank you for that, huge shout-out on Twitter yesterday. Congratulations on making Mythic, and thanks for shouting out my coaching. I really appreciate the support. And congrats again on making Mythic. I like Guide too, but cards have to get cut, and my cards are really good. Myriad Construct, is that, what are we going to cut? I can cut, Farsight Adept. I picked up an Electromancer. I don't have a lot of wizards. I have Spark Mage, Electromancer, and Chandler. Cut, Farsight Adept. I mean, we could cut Healer, but we have a decent amount of Clerics, so it'll have Lifelink a lot, and, it's also a Cleric. Do I have enough Warriors to cut the, Ambusher? I have the Shatterskull Minotaur, the Akoum, the Emeria Captain, which counts itself. I can actually get that many Warriors, though. The Bug Catcher and the Seagate Banneret. Yes, it does, Godfries. Ask Sean. Ask TPO. Over and over and over again. I just say, Mill is good, Mill is good. Aggression is bad, Mill is good. That's pretty much it. You pay me $100 and I do that for an hour straight. Yeah, we could cut Spellcraft. I do have a lot of better removal. I'm down for that. Yeah, Ambusher's nice. I would have cut it if I got more Warriors, I think. But I don't think I have mad excess Warriors, so I don't think I want to cut the Ambusher. Myriad Construct, honestly, is cuttable. I mean, it's not a party type. It's a good creature, but so are all of our creatures. How many Party Matters cards do we really have? 1, 3, 4, 5. Sword of Electromancer. 6, 7. We certainly could cut an Expedition Healer, but I'm worried about not making my 2-drop. Shelter's not a 2-drop, remember, like, and neither is Takedown. Like, I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 2-drops in a Royal Eruption. I think I'm just going to cut the Protect... No. There's a lot of 4s and 5s. I'm going to cut the Construct. I know it looks like madness, but I don't think that card is that good. Like, it's good. I normally wouldn't cut it, but given the amount of party synergy, and, like, I don't really want to cut a 2-drop. I don't know. Spellcraft's good, but it's 5 mana. I mean, it's like a synergy cut, not an independent power level cut. You can't look at that card and look at Protector and go, which one's better? I mean, it's important to make my 2-drop on turn 2. Like, I'm an aggressive deck. And then it's important to have a Cleric out fueling all my party stuff. Kid Merlin is Hunter Pence? Is that real? I know he plays Magic, but I have no idea what his name is. Well, that's cool. I wonder if he's streaming. I hope he doesn't know that I'm a big basketball fan, not that into baseball. Okay, let's see. So I can add 2 red mana and then do nothing with them. I can attack, and if he blocks, I can take down. If he takes it... I do want to put the wizard out, because that's going to lower the cost of Minotaur for next turn. So... But I guess I don't even have an untapped land. I have to draw that. So I think I'll just play a land, hit him for 1, and play Electromancer, I guess. Even though I can't do anything with the 2 mana, and this is pretty unexciting, I don't really have better options. If I draw an untapped land, I can slam a 5/4 haste next turn. If not, obviously I can play a trick or whatever in a tap land. That's gas. Hunter's excited to be playing me. He's like one of the most famous people. Like for anybody who... I'm not a big baseball fan, honestly, but for anybody who doesn't know, like, he's a huge baseball star. This isn't like, you know, some guy who, like, you know, played in the majors for 2 years and, like, you know, was not a starter. This is like one of the biggest stars in the league for most of his career. Like, he's a huge star. So we could block, but then if we draw a land, we can't play our Minotaur. So I think I just take it, because if I do draw an untapped land, slamming a 5/4 haste has more value. Of course, if I knew I was going to draw another wizard, I would have definitely blocked, but okay. Then we can attack back. No decisions here. We drew another wizard, so if he blocks, I probably wouldn't even tactics now. I'll just let the healer and the Electromancer trade, because this turn I'm going to play Magmatic Channeler. Like, I could practice tactics to keep it out, but why? Like, I'm a party deck. Practice tactics is going to kill whatever I want. And I have another wizard. And then we play the land to lock up being able to play Shatterskull Minotaur next turn. Yeah, you know that MPL contract that everybody talked about like it was Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous? You know, yeah. $130 million for the MPL contract in 2019. All right, so what are we going to do? I can hit him with the 5/4, and that's it. I can't attack with the others. I could use Chandler, but a 5/4 haste is a really big turn. So I think I just do that, even if it's taking the turn off, so to speak. I mean, I've got a handful of removal. You're not really going to do better than getting in for 5. No reason to play the takedown as a land. Just chill. Now, Hunter's gas, though. He's been playing Magic for a while, and like it's really cool, you know? I mean, Magic like has blown up so much, so I don't know. I just think it's cool when you see these like stars, celebrities. I mean, just, you know, everybody's playing now. So, and props to Hunter for, you know, helping, like, as somebody said, I think he has a Magic Cafe, and he's always promoting it and stuff like that. 83 is a great year. Like I said, whoa, Ace of Swords, you too? Maybe it's not such a great year. I'm just playing. 83 is a great year. All right, so what are we going to do? Rogue, Cleric, and Wizard. So he's probably doing some partying. We only have 1 white mana, so we can't double spell. So I think what I'll do to start is discard the Mountain to Chandler and see what we get. Because even if we just get a Plains and I play it, that's going to turn on some cards. Really? 2 different cards I can't cast? Seriously? Okay. Well, that wasn't pretty. So do we want a tactics or takedown? We've got plenty of creatures out. I'm going to use the one that you can use in combat. It doesn't matter which I kill, right? This doesn't have death touch. He's tapped out. Well, I didn't think I needed another mountain. I mean, I figured I'd like hit a Plains and play it and be able to cast 2 things. Or I would hit like something that costs 4 or less, which is most of my deck. I didn't expect to hit double white card 5 drop. Like, I know it's possible, but it's not that likely. The creatures to return MDFCs to your hand are not important. It's cool when it lines up, but I would not value them that highly just because you have MDFCs. Now, some of them are fine. I mean, Stomper's a 6/5 trample, and the Bird is a 2/2 flyer, and whatever. But I just don't think it's important at all. It's just... kind of a weird game. My draw came out very not smooth, but his draw hasn't been very good either. I mean, you don't want to play Relic Vial early over creatures. Blood Price also is something you're looking to play later in the game. Something to think about, if your opponent has 6 mana and like 3 or 4 cards in hand and is blood pricing, they're probably holding mostly lands. Because if he had like good stuff to play, he wouldn't have blood priced. Like, for example, if he had this Gloomhunter in his hand, he's not going to blood price, he's just going to kick Gloomhunter. So most likely he blood priced into Gloomhunter and whatever, and then the rest of his hand is probably like a land and a weak spell or 2 lands. So his hand is probably pretty weak right now. Okay, so if we attack with the 5/4 and he double blocks, we take down, that's great. Otherwise, what am I discarding to Chandler? I can discard, like, Seagate Apparition, Skyclave, I mean, Seagate. Seagate Banneret, Skyclave Apparition, just combine them into 1 card. Or I can discard Skygate Banneret. Probably rather just discard the Banneret. I'm 1 Plains away from the Apparition. And I probably will keep a Plains unless there's a good spell and a Plains. Okay. So now that works out. Don't really need to Angel Heart this turn. Probably just want to hit the Cleric and then attack with both. He might have just got a removal, though, off the blood price. This is a weird spot. I kind of want him to double block. I think I'm going to like attack with both. And then if he puts the Blight Priest on the Ambusher, I'm going to take it down and then play Protector post-combat. What's the point of playing Protector pre-combat? I want him to double block Minotaur since I have Takedown. So there's not really any upside to playing it pre-combat, even though it has that ability. It's a pretty strange scenario. Alright, I'm not worried about getting blown out when I take down because I have 4 creatures. So now I'm just going to play the Angel Heart and pass. Like I said, it was kind of weird, but I didn't need to give either creature indestructible. And I actually didn't even want to give the Minotaur indestructible because I was hoping he would double block. I think it was right to keep takedown. I mean, I'm going to take down now. I mean... Protector, getting it to work out awesome can be awkward, but it's not like... It's a 3-mana 3/2 Cleric. I mean, it's just all upside for this deck. Okay, so... I can Apparition the Sneak... And then he's not going to have any real blocks with a 1/4 and a 1/1, right? What about with a 3/2 and a 1/1? Double block the 5/4, take 3/4/5. I'm debating whether to take down like the Blight Priest or like the Celebrant. I think I take down the Blight Priest. I need to do it now, because if I draw a land, I can play Apparition and pump Ambusher. Or I can discard the land to Channeler and see what I get. But I'm probably going to want to Apparition the Skitter Sneak this turn. I need to follow him on Twitter. On Twitch. I knew he played Magic, but I didn't know he streamed. That's pretty cool. I'm not, actually, I probably shouldn't follow him right now. He'll think I'm sniping him or something. But before I forget, after the match, I will follow him. Okay. So what are we going to do? So I can't do both of these. I've got Clerics, Warriors, and Wizards. So yeah, there's no reason to do anything but Apparition and then attack here. Yeah, I didn't really want to kill the Relic over a 3/4. I mean, this is a really strong card in theory, but he has 2 creatures out at 5 life, and I'm on the aggressive. Yeah, I mean, obviously I've never stream sniped anybody. Like, I would never do, like, watch somebody while I'm playing them. I was going to go follow him now, just kind of, I started to click over there just kind of like without thinking about it. And I mean, obviously I wouldn't watch. I would literally click follow and click right back to the game. But like, I'll just do it after the match, obviously. Okay, so I assume I can just Spark Mage the Blight Priest and then attack. I don't see how this can possibly work out poorly for me. He certainly can't double block the Apparition to kill it. He would take too much damage. He's not dead on board this turn by any means, but can't double block the Apparition, so there's no good blocks here. It's just going to be 1/4 on a 3/2, 1/1 on the 5/4. Unless he top decks something, because he did just draw a card, sack into the Vial. Never tell me what's in any of my opponent's hands if they're streaming. Unless he top decked a 3-mana or less removal there, then this goes well for me. If he did just draw, like, you know, Grotesquemize or whatever, it goes really poorly for me, because he can kill the Apparition and get a 4/4 blocker. But we're already in blocks, so presumably he didn't draw that. Yeah, I mean... Oh, I didn't realize I had the quest mode thing where the name of my opponent is. How did some people see the name of my opponent and some not, then? That's weird. I'll move it slightly. Okay, well, I'm sure he's dead now. I don't even think I needed the Royal Eruption, but should probably do it before combat. There's triggers from Bile if his creatures die. It's like lethal to me. I mean, he can sack one of them and try and top deck a removal spell. Still lethal though, right? Even he gains a life to 4, kills one of my creatures, still takes 4. Yeah, so it's lethal. Even if he top decked a practice tactics, it would still be lethal. This was a good game. Yeah, I mean he could kill the Pumper, but yeah. I guess he couldn't practice tactics the Pumper. Both his last 2 creatures were clerics at that point.
I think. Get extra napkins when you order a hot and juicy quarter pounder. A normal amount of napkins just won't do. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
We were, yeah, I mean, the 5/4 haste guy really got us in trouble. We were literally a turn away from being really dangerous. This is nice that we're on the play here. I'm like so much more relaxed. That was intense. I was stressed, chat.
So Plains Banneret. I'm probably going to play the Akum Warrior as a land, but I have 2 2-drops. So I can go Banneret, then I can go 2-drop, then I can go Warrior 2-drop. So that makes sense. And we're not that interested in activating Chandler this early anyway. Let's get out the Bug Catcher. We know we have a Wizard to play next turn, so we can attack for a lot of damage here.
This card's so good. Imagine,
I just went over to
joining
Hunter
this
Stream
against
briefly to
Ben.
follow him, and then left.
Lobster Fest.
I mean, you shouldn't still be able to hear him if you could for a second. I'm not on it anymore. Yeah, I just clicked on it on Twitch to follow him, so I didn't forget. Definitely gonna watch him stream. That's all. Listen. It's just one of those things where, like, you know, like I said, he's a world famous baseball player. It's not even just like, you know, he's a good baseball player. Like, he's one of the most famous, so it's pretty cool. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna attack with both, and then we're gonna drop Chandler. I want to play a tap land because I have a good 4-drop to play next turn. I can't play the Chandler first, though, because if they block the Bug Catcher, I want to shelter and save it. So I have to give up that point of damage, but, well, worth it. And then we can just play the Warrior as a land. I now can't play the Captain, though, because I don't have a Wizard out. Maybe I have to attack into the Flyer. I mean, that removes a 2-power Flyer on turn 2. So, not a great turn this turn because of that, but, I mean, we still killed a 2-power creature. And I can slam the 5/4, but that's not very effective given he has an 017 now. So let's just discard a mountain, see what we get. Can't take down a 17 toughness creature. And I guess I'd still rather play this and attack with everything than play the captain. Even if it's going to get blocked, they're just going to bounce. I could have played Takedown as a land, but I don't have any ways to pick up the lands anyway, so that doesn't really accomplish anything. Well, the previous turn I didn't have a wizard, and I really want the extra +1/+1 counter. Like, I think that's worth it. Now I would drop the captain as a 3/3, but the previous turn all I had out was 2 warriors. I had to put the Chandler out. Takedown for 17, that would be cool. I mean, I can tap 5 and binding the Charix. Is there anything they could have, like Drawry Disruption? It's probably not even worth it. They can't pump Charix this turn, so I can just attack. If they block with the Fisher Wizard, I just activate the Banneret. If they let the Charix and the Minotaur bounce, then I'll just deal them 5 and drop the captain. Oh, you're saying instead of playing the 5/4 haste. Yeah, so I could have given up 3 points of damage because the bug catcher gets blocked, but get the captain in play instead of the haste creature. It's close, but I mean, I can always do that in the other order, and then remember the haste creature's attacking, getting in 3 extra damage, and then, so I don't know. I think it's close, honestly. You could map it out. I don't think it makes much of a difference if you're talking about whether I drop the Minotaur or the captain last turn. Hey, that's cool, Quantum Monk. Nice job. Yeah, the 5/4 haste Minotaur is really good. I mean, a lot of times you play that thing for 4 or 5 mana and it's just a huge swing. 4 mana 5/4 haste is a ridiculous limited card. That's borderline constructed. 4 mana 5/4 haste. So they're at 4. So I could like Angel Heart, the Seagate, and attack with everything, and then drop Bug Catcher. Or I could go for the binding on the Charix this turn. Yeah, I doubt they have anything, but again, I think we're up enough that this is the right play. I'd rather just double spell in case they have like disruption or negate or something. I don't want to give them the ability to have a really good turn and then on tap and swing this game. Like, I can binding for the win. They're going to have to keep playing things. Unless they have a sweeper, like, there's just no way for them to catch up. Okay, well, now I can just Apparition instead of binding. Doesn't make much of a difference, but I can do it on the Charix. If they kill the Apparition, they'll just get a 4/4, no big deal. And then they're not killing one of the creatures that's currently attacking. They won't be dead because they'll have 3 blockers for 5 attackers, but they'll have to block, like, all 3 of these creatures. So there's just no way it works out poorly for me. The bounce 2 creatures sweeper. I haven't watched the clip yet. I mean, I will, but probably watch it off stream. I don't want to blush on stream. Alright, so we don't need shelter as a land. I need another mountain, but shelter doesn't help that, so I guess we're just chilling for now. He's right. Definitely right. I'm definitely getting worse, not better, so that's going to be tough to do. You didn't know me then, but man, was I good at Magic when I was 20. Should have known me when I was young and sharp, when my brain still actually worked. Okay, so I think I'm going to Binding the Healer. It's kind of a weak target, but I have good plays for the rest of the game. And I don't want them to keep gaining 2. I am an aggro deck, after all. We are on the second draft tonight of the 3 we're going to do. Back card knows what's up. That pretty much sums up the Magic world and everybody relevant at the moment. Ben is nice, Hunter is nice, Marshall is mean. I agree. Okay. I can't drop Minotaur. I could wait to play Captain until after I play a Cleric, but that's 2 turns from now. I think I'm happy enough to get a 3/3 flyer. Thank you, Snorax. Appreciate the subscription. Not sure what they're up to. I guess, wait, do I actually want to lose this rogue? If I trade this rogue off, the Minotaur goes to 5. I can still play it. I'll gain 2 less off the Cleric, but who cares? Yeah, I do want to block. I don't have any 2 power creatures at the moment, and I'm still going to be able to slam the 5/4 haste, so I don't really care that much if I gain an extra 2 life off the Shepherd in a couple of turns. So which 2? I'm obviously discarding Plains, and then I can shelter the Captain and attack for 3 immediately. Or I can play Shepherd. I miss dealing 3 to them, but I gain 4. Seems better to shelter the Captain. I'm winning the race, and I might draw a card that costs 3 or less. This is the choice, right? We're obviously going to discard Plains, but then if we discard Shelter, we play Shepherd, attack for 5, and gain 4. Or we can shelter the Captain, in which case we don't gain any life, but we attack for additional 3. I think we're enough ahead in life that we'd rather attack for the additional 3. Plus, like I said, if we drew a 2 or 3 drop, we could cast it and get further ahead. And I'm immediately punished, as that blanks the 3/3. But it would honestly just bounce with a 3/4 all the same anyway. So for now, just attack with the 5/4. And we can drop our Chandler, which is actually a really nice draw. Chandler's not the kind of broken rare that dominates the board. The reason Chandler's so good is because it's a fine 2-drop, and then in the late game, instead of being a dead card like most 2-drops, it's a powerful card. Now every land I get, I can discard and find another spell for the rest of the game. 2 wins away. I don't know. I remember last draft when I went like 1-3 or 2-3 with a pretty good cleric stack. We all struggle. I lose plenty of matches. You know, you just got to grind through the losses. Turn 1 Rune Crab. Hopefully they got some lands and some more mill cards. Everybody loves getting milled. Alright, what are we going to do? I could play Takedown, but that's not really going to help me as a land because I really just need a mountain, and I have 4 mana to cast Captain. So I think I probably just Binding Skulker. If they don't play any more rogues, I'll regret this, but if they do, I won't. Because a 2-mana 2/2 Death Touch matches up really nicely against my 5/4 haste. Whereas if even though I can't play it yet, sooner or later I plan to be able to slam this and attack. And if they have a crab, they're clearly going to be on the defensive and milling. So I'm pretty happy to lock down a 2/2 Death Touch. Now, if they have no more rogues, I would greatly regret this choice. But the odds they have no more rogues are pretty low. And again, I'm not super happy about playing the Captain as just a 2/2, but I don't have anything else to do. Got to start attacking in the air, I think. I guess I could have attacked first. Yeah, they couldn't block. I missed a point. Yeah, I missed a point. You're right. I was too focused on the decision because I didn't really, want to binding it that badly, but I should have attacked first. I missed a point. You're 100% right. Yeah, sure, it's a punt. I just gave up 1 free point of damage with an aggro deck. And the chat called it not me. You can hit the punt counter. How did I miss a second point? Could I have attacked again? I mean, they have their mana up this time. I don't think I'm going to send this 1/3 here. But the first one was a punt. Okay, that's why the chat asks now. But no, the first one was a legit punt. Like, they were tapped, I just attack, I get in a free point. If they block, I pump. This time I thought briefly about it and I was like, I'm not attacking. Like, blue-black has all kinds of tricks and stuff. So which 2 of these do I want to discard? I guess it's pretty easy, right? Well, so I'm going to discard Shelter. But then do I keep a 5/4 haste or take down for the Soaring Thought Thief? I mean, I guess I don't even have 3 creatures, and I'm falling pretty far behind in this game. And if I draw a mountain, I can slam the 5/4 haste and start attacking. So I think I keep the 5/4 haste. Oh, another plains, just what I wanted. I won't forget to attack this time, though, chat. No, yeah, I like it. Listen, let me be clear for any new viewers or anybody who hasn't heard me talk about this. If you think I made a mistake, please point it out. If you're thinking it, other people are thinking it, and if you're right, it's a good strategy discussion, and if you're wrong, other people are thinking it, so me correcting it is still a good strategy discussion. I'm not one of those streamers that doesn't like to be corrected or doesn't like backseat driving. If you have thoughts, share them. It's a big stream. Anything that you're thinking, other people are thinking, and it gives us something to discuss and analyze from a strategy perspective. So, I like the punt counter. I make jokes about people overhitting it, but it's not like it actually matters. It's not like at the end of the year whether I have 500 punts or 200 punts. Like, I don't get fired if I punt 500 or more times. So, by all means, I like when people point out misplays. I like when people discuss things, and by all means, hit the punt counter. Don't feel bad about it. So, again, I don't really want to send the Ambusher when they have 5 cards that are all spells in hand. We don't really know what they have. But they could easily have, that 2/1 Rogue or something like Mills 2. So I think I'm just going to play Protector here, target the Captain. Well, now I'm not going to be able to do that. Not well, Cordra. We got a win or two, but then we lost back-to-back really close games. So I think I went 1-3. It might have been 2-3. You should get punted from the Hall of Fame if you have 50 punts in a month. I get fired at 1 plus however many punts I have at all times. Black Lotus. The cool thing about being your own boss is you can't really get fired. I mean, I guess Twitch could fire me. I don't really know how that works. Alright, so wizards, clerics, warriors, so I can hit for 3. So I probably am hitting the Lord. Probably have to do that. I know they're not holding lands, so for them to mill me with the crab, they at least have to top deck lands. Does shrinking the power of their creatures now matter? Not really. So I guess there's no reason to trade off my only cleric. So yeah, let's just hit the Lord. I mean, it's obviously not going well, but we can start attacking for 2 a turn in the air. Maybe we draw removal for crab. Maybe we draw mountain, although they have a death toucher now too anyway. I don't even think I can attack on the ground, right? I would just be trading my 5-4 for a 2-2 death touch. Pretty sure I'm going to get decked, but again, we know they're not holding lands. So if they don't top deck lands, I don't know what I have left. Alright, I don't need to see the last card. I surrender. Back to 3 wins away. I mean, you can party with any deck. White, blue, and red, black are the decks that party the best, just like naturally. I think I explained this concept yesterday. Like, each of the non-green colors has 2 tribes that are plentiful at common. So then when you draft the 2 colors that share a tribe, then you tend to focus on that tribe and have a lot of that tribal synergy. So it's red, blue wizards, red, blue wizards, black, white clerics, blue, black rogues, and white, red warriors. So then if you draft the color pairs that don't share a tribe, like for example, blue and white, you get all 4 tribes. And if you draft red and black, you get all 4 tribes. So white and blue and red and black party the best, but like you can use party synergy in any deck. But that's the actual like way it maps out. Because, you know, blue is rogues and wizards, black is clerics and rogues, so they share rogues. So if you draft blue-black, you don't have good access to the one party type that you don't have, warriors, in either color, and you do have extra access to rogues. So blue-black tends to do a rogue deck, white-black tends to do a cleric deck. Whereas if you're white-blue, then you have all 4 tribes and you don't share one among the colors. Or if you're red-black, you have all 4 tribes and you don't share one. Alright, it looks like a one-lander, but land spell modals, one of the coolest mechanics ever, so it's not really a one-lander. I think what I'm actually going to do is play turn 1 Shelter. I don't really care about missing a damage. I need to get my tap lands in play so I can start casting things. And then turn 2, I can play the other tap land in the Banneret. And now I have 3 on-tap mana for turn 3. I could have played the Banneret turn 1 and a tap land turn 2, and I would have gotten a point of damage, but then I'd have a tap land in my hand instead of an on-tap land. Does Binding shut off mana abilities? Yes, it does. It doesn't say non-mana abilities. So they'll gain 2 life, but I don't care about that. Actually, though, blue-green probably can't kill Apparition. Maybe I just play Apparition. Normally, you want to save Apparition and give people chances to use their removal and play it like last if you can. But what are they going to do? I mean, they can Into the Royal it, but I guess I'll just get it back then. They can't Rabid Bite it. Yeah, I'll just Apparition so I can get out more pressure, because if they play a 2 toughness or less creature, I can Spark Mage it if I draw land, or Binding it either way, and then get in damage with the Apparition. And by the time they kill this in the like really late game, I won't even care about Apparition, right? Like, I won't care if they get mana. So no land for Spark Mage, no need to Binding a 3-2. For now, we just hit with Apparition. Because they don't have any creatures, Quantum Monk. I mean, they could Rabid Bite it now, but they couldn't Rabid Bite it last turn with no creatures out. I mean, I guess they could have went 2-drop Rabid Bite. So we have Cleric and Warrior. So I can Spark Mage for 3 now. or I can captain for 2. Spark Mage gives us wizards, so I want to play that. I don't really care about this 1/4. I can always get rid of it later with binding. If they don't do anything, my captain's going to be a 4/4 anyway. I really don't want to get my Apparition 8 in combat, but what can they have? Like Duelist? Or Might of Murasa? Because I'm giving up 3 damage if I don't attack. And Into the Royal's not very scary. I mean, they'll get a 3/3. They can, like, eat Banneret, or they can trade with Protector. But they're going to do that anyway, and then I could replay the Apparition and get something else. I don't think I want to miss this 3 damage. The real fight after this is in the air. I just don't care that much about this. Like, if I knew they had a pump, I would never attack here. But if they do blow up the Apparition and eat the Protector or the Banneret, the real fight after this is in the air. I have 3 flyers and a removal spell in hand. So I don't want to miss 3 damage against a powerful, potentially blue-green kicker deck when I'm a red-white aggro deck. Okay, I don't see any decisions here. Just going to take this turn off and drop Captain. I mean, I could play Pack Beast first to grow 1 more, but that's not really necessary given they have a 1/4 out. And then once I draw a land, I have good 5 drops to play. So I want to get a 4/4 flyer in play. Yes, I should have played the land first in case they had, like, I don't know, a very specific card. If it was Might of Murasa, they could just kick it anyway, so it wouldn't make a difference. But I should have played the land first because I had Banneret. But that's not a pump. Getting to the point where I'm thinking I might just send everything. I don't really care. Like, they have to double block the Apparition to kill it. Like, I don't know what's going on. They're just doing nothing. But I have Seagate Banneret. If they can double block Apparition, like, there's a lot of unblocked creatures. So, and we know they're not holding Into the Royal because they would have played it with Kicker and then gotten it back with Royal Mage or whatever. I mean, they don't have Might of Murasa unless they top decked it this turn. They would have blocked, used Might, and then gotten it back with Royal Mage. I can't really think of much they can honestly be holding. Like, I think they're just holding lands, maybe a splash card, or maybe a counter spell they never had an opportunity to use or something. But there really isn't much that I can put in my opponent's hand the way this game is played. I think they're just flooded. So I'm going to alpha, activate the Banneret, find out what they have. Well, there's nothing to get back if they kick Royal Mage. They put the Royal Mage out because they knew I could alpha. I mean, there's not anything that pumps the team. They could pump, like, 1 creature or something, but again, I don't need the Apparition to live. It's not like if they pump the Arbor Mage, killing the Apparition, I lose. They just get a 3/3 token and take 1,000,000. Alright. Sorry, Bob. We're going to have to mute you as we move on to our march towards Diamond. 2 wins away. Yeah, I mean, we're looking all right. We're 2 wins away again. This hand's pretty good. Obviously, you know, we can curve out. We're going to play a shelter turn 1, and then we still have another shelter and 2-drop, 3-drop. 4-drop if we draw another land. Oh, I love land spell modals. They're tier 1, like right up there with like whatchamacallit cycling for me. I love land spell modal. One of my favorite mechanics. But hey, I'm not the only one allowed to curve out, right? So we can Spark Mage for 3. I mean, in order to do it for 4, we just need a warrior or 1 rogue. As long as the Pack Beast is alive. I mean, oh, you know what I can do? I can attack with Angel Heart. If they double block, I can shelter it pro red and just eat the Ambusher. If they block with the Stinger, I can finish the Stinger off with Thundering Spark Mage. If they take it, then I can Spark Mage the Ambusher post-combat. Because they don't have another rogue out, so they can't give the Stinger Death Touch. So, like, all 3 options here work for me. If they take it, cool, I got in my 3 damage. If they double block, I'll just put the Ambusher first and shelter it. If they block with the Stinger, then I can kill the Stinger with the Spark Mage instead of the Ambusher, and I don't lose anything. And that's much better for me, because I really wanted to kill the 1/4 potential Death Touch, not the 1/3. If they double block, that would have been my least favorite of what like they could have done, but I still would just get to use Shelter to kill the Ambusher. It's not like bad for me. I just Shelter red, kill the Ambusher, Angel Heart lives, life goes on. Spark Mage still in my hand. I couldn't get 2 for 1. Oh, you're saying they probably wouldn't double block because of tactics. Then they would get 2 for 1. Yes, that's true. But if they double blocked, even though that's what I wanted the least, all that would happen is I would just play Shelter and kill Ambusher, and Protector would live. Okay, so if I can trade Protector for Rider, that helps clear the way. Other than that, I can't attack with the 2 power creatures. And then, of course, we'll put out our Flyer. So I'm not going to trade my Flyer for it, and I'm not going to double block because I'm at 26 life. There's value in having Pack Beast and Wizard out in my party deck. It's not like I have to take it indefinitely. Next turn I untap Protector, and I can just block it with Protector. So no block this turn. Block with Shepherd would be horrible. Double block wouldn't be like the worst thing ever on board, but I'm not going to attack a Protector. They can just double block with the 2 Ambushers. And so I can just block the Rider with the Protector now. I don't even need the Cleric out. I have Shepherd in play. Yeah, I've gotten that a few times, Zach Kintos. He's not quite as talented as me. You know, he doesn't... He's a good singer, you know, and a good writer. Not quite as talented as me. Check out my rap. But works for me. Thank you, Dark Tarkonis. Appreciate the subscription. So now, like I said, I'm not that worried about the Cleric. Even though I lost one, I have a lot of Clerics in the stack. My deck is like half Clerics, half Warriors, and then a few Wizards and Rogues. So I'm happy to trade a 3-2 for a 4-3. And now we'll just start sneaking in the damage. Not at all worried about attack back. If they want to get in for 1, they can. If they sink mana into it, that's their turn. So if I block and they pump, I'm tacticsing. There's not really a better creature to tactics, so is that worth it? Probably not. Like, I just have so much life. Who knows what they're going to play? Yeah, well, they have all spells in hand. I mean, I don't know what they're holding, of course. I mean, if I keep flooding, I'll lose. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't have that many lands left in my deck, but I do need to draw some spells. So I do not want to trade, and I don't want to tactics, because if I draw land, I mean, any creature, basically, I can have, unless it's the one wizard or something, I have tactics for 6 for the Morang. I guess now I have to binding it, though, right? Again, I hate binding this thing and just leaving it out, but I don't really see how I have a choice. What did I do wrong? So I can tactics for 4. Just do that on one of those when they pump. I'm going to have to trade. So, because, I mean, now that they have Morang, too, I can't not make these kind of trades. It's just too much damage. Hopefully their last card's not an instant removal here. Still, if they make me discard, I can still discard a mountain, whether they know I have it or not. I was protecting practice tactics from, like, a discard, too. Now I'll play it, because if they draw a discard, too, I'll just discard the mountain. Not going well, but, you know, if I double block here on the Ambusher, I could draw, like, a 3/4 flyer or something, and then they can't attack. What am I powering down? I still have a Myria Captain. That makes me not want to block. Channeler makes me want to block. I don't know. I'm going to take a look at my deck. I really need to top deck. So I have a few big creatures. Like, I could top, like, the 4/5 Akoum Warrior, the 5/4 Shatter Skull Minotaur. I have Royal Eruption, Nahiri's Binding, Skyclave Apparition, Kabira Takedown, which becomes dead if I block. Because the reason Chandler makes me not want to block, want to block, is because I want to keep my life total high, so I can start discarding lands and digging up spells and grind to win. I think I'm going to block. There's a few cards that make me not want to block, but, like, if they play a land, like, they can pump, play a land, and attack again, and then I'm just going to have to block the second time anyway. And, like, the first time their creatures attack, they're only +1. So if I draw a creature with 4 toughness or more, I can still stabilize here and turn the game. And I have several, so I just need to top deck. So hopefully I top deck something big, something decent, something like a Plains. Nothing is bigger than the wide open Plains. And what is that? We're back to 3 wins away? So close, yet so far. Time for a win streak. I think we're like 3-2 or something in this draft, so if we win the next 3 or 4 and get our 7 wins. Yeah, we're 4-2, so it'll work out perfect if we 3-0 this draft. 3 wins away from Mythic, and we're 4-2 in this particular run. Can we 3-0 this draft? hit our mythic with this red-white aggro deck? What do y'all think? Do you have faith in me? Heart of the cards, right? Thanks, Sox. Appreciate the subscription. I thought I would probably win that game. I had a good hand, but the opponent also had a good hand and a good deck. All right, this time I'm just going to curve right out. I'm not going to play the tap land. The reason is because I have 1-drop, 2-drop, and then I don't have a 3-drop, so I can play the tap land then if I want to. Going to play the Pack Beast before the Channeler now because I'm not looking to activate the Channeler just yet. Then next turn I can play Channeler and Shelter. Okay, no real decisions. Okay, I don't see any real decisions. Like, I would have discarded Practice Tactics, possibly, but now that we drew a land, we can just Spark Mage away their only real creature here. Keep getting ahead. Life is good. Good games, Chanella. If you were the red-black deck especially, that was a fun one. I had a really good start, and then you had a really nice way to grind back into it, and you played that game really tight. I thought I was going to win for most of that game. So, it's interesting because we have Tactics for 4, we have Channeler, and we have a 5-drop and a land. So, like, I could attack with everything, and then if they block, I Tactics the Baloth, and I'm happy to Tactics a Baloth, but then I strand 4 mana. I could attack with Spark Mage and Guide, and then if they block with Baloth, I Tactics it, and then I can still discard a land to Channeler. Or if they take it, I can then play Shepherd, just play the Mountain and play the Shepherd. Or I could, like, Channeler the Mountain, and then if I hit a card I want to cast, I'll cast it. If not, I can play a land and play Shepherd. I think that's what's right. I mean, Tacticsing Baloth here while they're tapped and can't mess it up would be sweet. And then if they don't block, I think I just go land Shepherd, right? I mean, I'm adding a 3/4 flyer that gains 6 life to the board. I don't need to be that fancy. If we end up enough on life, I mean, we pretty much win, too. Because we can discard lands to Channeler, we can sneak and guide things in. Like, this is a very comfortable position for me. Speaking of comfortable. Yeah, no real decisions, I guess. Trades with this seem favorable. Helps clear the way for the 1/1 and 1/3 to potentially attack. I'm obviously not going to practice Tactics a 2/2 here. And I still have another wizard, and it's not that likely to die. Oh, it's a big Baloth for this turn. So I guess they've earned a chump block. I'm 1 point short if I take it and untap, but I don't want to have to count on top decking that. I don't need this sneaking guide. Oh, hello there. Makes life easy. I mean, I could take 16. I was at 18, and I had 7 out if I had 1 more damage out. Yeah, I guess I could have sent it the previous turn, but they could have blocked it, but then they take the 2. But also the 1-3 back as a blocker was relevant. I didn't know they were going to put extra lands into play. So they had the 0-1 Hound. So if they play a land, that's a 2-3. So then I'm planning to block it with my 1-3. That's the reason I didn't send Chandler. Two wins away from Mythic. We're 1 loss away from a new draft, or 2 wins away from a new draft. Tomorrow, if I don't hit Mythic today, I won't play like best of 1 ranked on this account off stream tonight. So we'll hit Mythic on stream tomorrow. And tomorrow will be a Mythic or bust stream. Like from this close, I'll stay on for 80 hours if I have to. But hopefully it'll be moot because we should hit Mythic today. Hopefully this draft. We just need 2-0 and then we're Mythic. Alright. Warrior costs 6. It's great flood protection, but in my opening hand, it's going to be a land here. I am drafting again. Whether I hit Mythic or not, I'm going to do exactly 3 today. If I'm not Mythic at the end of the 3rd, I will not play on the account tonight, but I'm not going to do a 4th. I'm just going to fire it back up tomorrow. If I hit Mythic this draft, I'm still going to do the 3rd draft. Today is going to be 3 drafts. Tomorrow will be Mythic or bust if I'm not there. Not much upside for me. It's just fun. I mean, you get to queue for the end of the month qualifier, but I think Rivals are auto-queued for that, but I'm honestly not even sure. But like I said, I think I've been Mythic Limited every single month, and I just want to hit Mythic Limited. What's the point of anything in life? For pure, sheer value. Okay, first let's attack and see if they trade. I would definitely rather play Chandler here than Binding, since I already have lands to discard. I'm not against Binding this Wizard, but they'll still get the loot ability for the rest of the game. So I'm going to hold off as long as I have other things to do. I know, there needs to be a limited qualifier at the end of the month. It's really, really absurd that there isn't. I completely agree with you, Imperium. Okay, so we can already play a land, play Binding, and play Bugcatcher if we want. So let's start this turn off by discarding a land and see what we hit. Shepherding Takedown. I mean, Shepherd is going to give us 4 life and a 3/4 flyer. Takedown will kill either of their creatures, my choice, because I can play the Bugcatcher first. The upside of taking Takedown is it does give us an instant or sorcery towards Chandler, but we don't really have that many spells. I'm not really that worried about trying to turn Chandler on. Well, it activates lifelink, but I can't attack with the healer if I play the Shepherd. At least not this turn. But a 3/4 flyer gain 4 is not, it's a pretty good card. I think we'd rather just have that. There is also the downside of that I have to play a land. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't mind getting 5 lands in play at all. Like, I have plenty of cards that cost 5 in this deck. But sooner or later, I might hit 2 lands off Chandler. And now I don't have anything I'm, itching to discard next turn. So that would be one of the main reasons to take the Takedown. So they're clearly telling me they have practice tactics. I believe them. I'm down to race. If their plan is to drop a creature to block with, I'll just Binding it and then attack back. And I've got a 2/2 lifelinker and 22 life. You want to race? Let's race. I'm down. I'm not blocking. Yeah, or Dauntless or Allied Assault, whatever, but... Yeah, I've got a 2/2 lifelinker out, 22 life. I can go removal spell plus 2-drop. Bring it on. I welcome your race. Cool, cool. Speaking of welcoming the race. Hello. Unfortunately, it was tactics. I was hoping it was going to be just the pump spell since they played it. But this is still looking good. Unless they have another bubble snare or something. I mean, they're either going to have to lose 2 creatures to deal with the 5-4, or like, I don't even know. Because, I mean, we have the bindings. We can drop another 2-drop. Like, the plan now is just binding the Stalker and, like, attack with the Minotaur and the Healer, right? Like, I'm not really afraid of anything. That's a good thing. If you put the opponent under a lot of pressure, then can they kick it? No, they cannot. So we have Cleric, Wizard, and Warrior. So we have 6 on board. So if I binding the Royal Mage, I can put them to 1. What are they getting back? Practice Tactics, probably. That does give them the ability to double spell. But they're not even holding a creature or card drawing. I don't see how I don't put them to 1. So if they draw a land, we win. But if they draw like any other spell, they have Practice Tactics. So it's still a game. But they're now at 1. I've got a Royal Eruption in there. So we're on a 1-outer at 14 life under 0 pressure. And other than that, we've got like plenty of creatures and time. So we'll see. If they play a creature, I know they have the tactics. I probably can't attack. If they don't play a creature, then I'm attacking. They'd have to have drawn a flash creature or something. That's pretty unlikely. Did they draw a 2-drop? Looks like no. And we are 1 win away. We've defeated a Hall of Fame baseball player. We've defeated Mute Bob. I don't even know if I won or lost him. Now we are at the final end boss. And you can't root against me. I've already said I'm going to do the 3rd draft, whether I'm mythic or not. So, if I lose this game or win this game, I'm doing the 3rd draft either way. So you can root for me instead of against me. No, you're not allowed, Clarmdurdull. I mean, I'm going to make Mythic. I'm 1 win away. I might not make it in this game. I might not make it in the next draft. But come on. I'm going to make it sooner or later. No Mountain. I only have 8 red sources. I have the 1 red spell land and 7. I don't think I can keep this. Alright, this is better. What am I going to put back, though? I'm on the play. So I have to keep Plains, Mountain, Bugcatcher. I could put back Plains. Could put back Shepherd. I could just put back Plains, and then I can, like, see my first couple draws, and then play Shelter as a land, probably, but hold it as a spell if I draw a couple straight lands. Greed is good. Because even though I have the 5-drop, like, if I draw, like, lands or 2-drops, I might want to Shelter the Bugcatcher and keep it around. Y'all know I'm very greedy. Okay, well, I think that makes this turn easy enough. I wouldn't say I'm set. I have to draw lands to cast the 5-drop, spells I can cast, but then I have a 5-drop in hand and I mulliganed. But at least we get to play a real game of Magic. The London Mulligan is still one of the best changes to ever happen to Magic. I hate the people who oppose that. Okay, I'm going to play the Shelter as a land because we have a good 5-drop in hand. I'm greedy, but not that greedy. Well, firstly, to be clear, limited is the only thing that matters. Secondly, the London Mulligan is still good for Standard. It may be problematic in Legacy and Modern or something, but limited, it's one of the best changes ever. It's made limited so it's just enhanced like so many of the games. It's so good. I obviously don't actually hate them, but every time I see people complaining about it, I get like tilted because it's just so good. I love it so much. So I'm playing the Cleric pre-combat because I don't have a Cleric. Pump the Bug Catcher an extra 1. I obviously don't actually hate them. Chill out, y'all. I don't really do the like tier listing FB Brule. Just like consume content, think about what's going on. I think the main way you can do something a lot and not get better is if you don't analyze what's going on, right? Like when I was coming up playing Magic, all I ever did was think through all the close games and think to myself, like, where was the value? What could I have done differently? Like, you know, what cards really mattered? You know, just think. And I think that's how you get better at Magic. So sadly, that's going to be way too big for me to attack into, but I can still send the 5/4 this turn. They're just going to chump block with a 1/1. But that's a free kill. So in order to win this game, I probably have to kill that Scion. I have, 2 bindings? So I have 2 outs. Kabira takedown, nah, it's going to be too big for that now. So it's pretty much just the Nahira's bindings, I think. I mean, the game's definitely not over. If I draw one of my 2 bindings and I'm binding the Scion, I can trade Shepherd for the Scavenger. So, I mean, they can make some 1/1s. I can still win. I mean, don't get me wrong. They have a 7/7 lifelink. Like, I have to draw binding now. But, like, I have 2 bindings and 27 cards. I could top deck it. Everything else is totally manageable. That's not binding. So, is there any way I can block Scion this turn? Yes, they have to play a creature to grow it again. And if I double block with the 2 Shepherds and use Banneret, that's fine. So, I'm not going to attack because they could just block with Scavenger and then grow it. And I'm hoping that if they don't have anything to play, maybe I can still stalemate the board for a turn or 2 while I hope to top deck binding. Just use the binding they put on my channeler. I don't think it works like that. Yeah, this is kind of gross. Hopefully we'll draw that binding. I mean, now I took a big hit. They just gained 1,000,000 life. I'm not feeling good. If I would have drawn it last turn, I think it was like still fine for me, but can't really do anything. I mean, I have some chump blockers, but if I have to start chumping with these 3/4s and they're making all these extra 1/1s, I'm not going to win. But if I had binding this right away, then one of these trades with Scavenger and the other one keeps attacking, and they were only at like 15. I do think it's pretty much over now. But I think if I top deck binding right away, that first turn, then I would have been fine. Yeah, this is a nice cleric deck, no doubt. Spark Mage, does that hit Scion? Probably not. Okay, we dead. No Mythic for us. Boo! 2 wins away, though, so I need to go 5-3 or better in this draft. Boo! I don't really think it works like that in normal games, Philip Way. Like, I already have more than enough bankroll, I think, to play 5-10. I just think I would make less per hour. Obviously, if you get to be, like, one of the best in the world, you can play, like, super high-stakes games, and you're definitely going to make a lot more than I do. But as far as, like, you know, moving up a stakes or something, I don't think I'm going to make more money. I could just go 2-0, that's true as well. And then lose after that, and I'd still be Mythic. But what kind of a goal is that, to go 2-3 just in the right order? All right, third and final draft of the day. We have moved up. We started Diamond 1 and no tabs. We're now Diamond 1 and 3 tabs. We need 2 more wins for Mythic. Scoot Swarm is awesome. I mean, it's like A tier, I would say, not S tier. But if you play this on turn 6 and then play a land immediately, you then have 2 copies of it, and then it kind of goes infinite from there. Predation, Vanguard, and Surge are all fine on commons, but they're all worse than Scoot. Best common isn't good at all. I don't even know what the best common is. The commons are pretty bad in this pack. So, easy Scoot Swarm in my opinion. My second choice would probably be Pelaka Predation. No, it'd probably be the Goma Fade Vanguard. I really like Goma Fade Vanguard. This is a very good uncommon 2-drop. Like, I know everybody knows this card's good, but, like, it's, like, first pickable good. But I still think Scoot Swarm is probably a little better. Wow. Now we have a tough choice. So, Ondu Inversion's fine because it's a land, but I don't like that card that much. The next 2 cards in the pack, though. So, I mean, we could take Beetle and then prioritize the counters matter stuff, black-green if we see it. But Rune Crab is probably at its best in, like, blue-green ramp or, like, blue-black rogues for the mill. But the rogue deck's even an aggro deck. Like, I really like Rune Crab in blue-green a lot. It's a good win condition. This is a deck that's looking to hit its land drops. We can ramp and play a high land count. 2 landfall cards, 2 picks in. I mean, if nothing else, we'll do it for Voxy, right? But no, I honestly think Rune Crab is probably the right pick there. I think a second pick Rune Crab is pretty strong. Beetle's good. If your black-green counters matter, it's a really good card. You get a 1-1 for each one. Like, if you literally play, like, a 3-3 that's counters, you get 3 additional 1-1s. It's a good card. So now there's Veteran Adventurer. It seems like a pretty clear pick. Even though blue-green is not going to party hard at all, I mean, it's still just a good... Second Rune Crab in pack 1? Oh, they are going to run out of cards. We are taking their library, y'all. We are taking their library. I don't even know what to draft now. I mean, blue-black mills better than blue-green, but I mean, our green cards are good. Balagad Recovery to get back the crabs seems correct over Bubble Snare if we're definitely blue-green. If they kill a crab, I can just get it right back. I mean, it's Bubble Snare. The reason to take Bubble Snare would be because we're less committed to green than blue. But, I mean, we're going to just draft a crab deck now. I mean, we're decking everybody. That's the plan. So, Visionary probably better than Diviner for us. And since we just drafted all green cards, I mean, now we're going to be pretty committed to green-blue here. Yeah, Visionary's good with these crabs, and, like, if you're going to... And Scoot Swarm. If you're looking to make land drops forever, then 4-mana 3/2 draw a card is a lot better. This is actually kind of a subtle concept. Let me talk about this one. We're going to take Into the Royal clearly here. If we consider ourselves 100% committed to blue-green, which I think I do, 2 Rune Crabs is busted in a green, like, rampy deck. Plus, this is an 8th pick Into the Royal, so blue is clearly wide open. But yeah, so let me talk about this concept a little bit with Visionary. If you don't need lands anymore when you play this card, it's more like it draws half a card, right? Because you draw land 40% of the time, and then that land does almost nothing for you. Whereas if you're looking to make land drops forever, like land drops 6, 7, 8, 9, then this is draw a whole card, because you probably don't already have 8, 9 lands, and then if you draw a spell, you can play it. So the more land drops you're looking to make, the better something like draw a card is on a 4 or 5 mana card. Okay, so what do we take now? I mean, we're looking at deck more than attack, but if we're going to be a lands forever deck, I mean, Canopy Ballast would be okay. I think I'd rather just have Scale the Heights. I don't think these cards can matter. Now it's Diviner or Duelist. I think Duelist to not get run over makes more sense. Plus it mills too. Yeah, Heights is nice with the crabs. That's why I took it. And listen, I don't want to jinx us, but it is only pack 1. I mean, there's nothing to say we can't end up with, like, 6 crabs. Or Verazol. Nothing wrong with drafting blue-green kicker and opening the blue-green kicker rare, huh? We'll take it. I don't have a ton of kicker yet, but I have some. We have the Sentinel and the Into the Royal. No, we're not really kicker, but we have the Sentinel and the Into the Royal, and I mean, we're going to draft any other Into the Royals and Bubble Snares and Reclaim the Wastes and Royal Mages, so we should end up with enough kicker cards. I mean, the thing about the kicker cards is it's not like you're going out of your way to play them. They're just good cards, right? Like Gnarled Colony and Royal Mage and Cunning Geyser Mage, they're all just good cards. It's not like you have to decide to play kicker or not. Those are all cards you're happy to put in your deck. Nothing exciting, but Rabid Bite's fine. Removal. Thanks, I Want Some Sauce. Appreciate the subscription. I really hope we get, like, some more good mill. Like, starting with 2 crabs in pack 1, it would be really nice to finish with, like, 4 crabs, or at least to pick up, like, a Cacophony or whatever, too. I think Vine Gecko is definitely the best pick here. I would like to take the first 3 cards in the pack. They would all be excellent cards for my deck. But Skydiver doesn't actually steal something that often. I'm not an aggro deck. Lol Mage's Familiar is excellent, but it's much harder to get good 2-drops than it is to get good 3-drops. Vine Gecko is just a great card. And we're going to prioritize kicker the rest of the way. Because, I mean, we have Verazol now, too. Easy Bubble Snare here. It's not close. This deck is looking nice. I mean, Verazol is good. I wouldn't say it's super broken. I would call it, like, you know, A tier, not not S tier. Nowhere near as good as Crab, but I'll take another mill on common. Just got to mill him with Crab a couple times, and this thing's already on. Yeah, I mean, I want Reclaim. Like, I'll play Reclaim if I get it, but there's no way I can take it over Relic Golem in my double Crab deck. I want Royal Mage. I don't have... Yeah, I have enough stuff to get back, actually. It's only pack 2. I have the Into the Royal, the Rabid Bite, Scale the Swarm. I mean, Scale the Heights. I mean, I just combined 2 cards again. Royal Mage should work out pretty well in this deck. Plus, I have Verazol, and I have Vine Gecko, so I already have Kicker's Matter cards. Snarecaster would be a fine blocker. Kazul's Fury, only if I end up wanting to splash. I'm probably not going to splash red. I don't love Disruption, but it's still a land spell modal. And we want to make land drops forever with this deck. Grab a big lifelink cleric. Now, Spoils of Adventure is a card I could splash. Toss a single planes in the deck. I mean, we don't have a way to search it up yet. But if we do get them, we're going to play them. And I mean, Negate and Second Scale are not cards I care about. So I'm going to grab Spoils. I don't know if we're going to splash it or not. Lowell Mage's Familiar came back. Is anybody drafting Blue-Green Kicker? Anybody out there? So, if I can pick up like the Kicker card that searches for lands, then I can splash a nice card drawing gain life spell for my control deck. So let's see. Trapfinder's good. I mean, we're not a party deck at all. So it's a lot more fancy than good in our deck. It's not going to draw us cards. It's a 2-mana 2/1 rogue, though. That can lower the cost of Adventurer. Springmantle Cleric's also not going to be good for us. Arbor Mage is fine. We're not really a creature deck. Like, it's a wizard, and it has Kicker, so I'm probably going to take it. But this is actually a really bad pack for us. I'm not super happy about first picking Arbor Mage. I'm not going to first pick the Pack Beast. And that's not a reliable way to splash because it might just die. I mean, I'm not saying I won't play a Pack Beast, but the only way I'm going to splash the Spoils is if I get things that search for planes. Null Priest is a really good card, but it is double black, so I probably don't want to splash that. This pack has nothing for me, though. This pack is horrible. I don't really want any of these cards. Do I have enough wizards for the trap? I don't really do. I don't have many wizards at all, which is fine, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's Canopy Baloth. This is sad. That's a really sad pick. All right. Mar Wizard, Royal Mage. I don't even know which of those I want. Probably Royal Mage, to be honest. Umaro Wizard's better, like, most times. But we're like a kicker deck. Get back card drawing, go forever. I don't think a 4-3 for 5 is that exciting for our deck. Okay, we're definitely going to take Wind Robber, though. That's another good mill uncommon. Stick with the theme of running them out of cards. That's what we're trying to do. The best way to... Third crab! Better late than never. Ha ha. You love to see it. You love to see it. Everybody is happy. Do we want Domination? Can I get the rest of this pack? Domination, in the Royal, and Royal Mage? This pack is awesome. I already have 2 Royal Mages. Yeah, Domination's got to be better than Into the Royal for this deck, I think. Well, I guess I didn't super have to choose. I think now I'm going to take Into the Royal. I'm not really worried about Riptide. Like, it's fine. I'm looking to block, and I can turn it on at instant speed sometimes. But I'm going to win by decking people all the time. I have Relic Golem, 3 Crabs, Wind Robber, so I don't need offense. That's not the plan. Easy Bubble Snare. This turned into a masterpiece. Look at this deck. I don't think any of these cards can make our deck. I guess if any is gonna, it's going to be Trap Finder, but I really don't think I'm going to be able to play Trap Finder here. Mara Wizard came back? That's ridiculous. This is like the most underdrafted blue-green kickers probably ever been at a table. I assume I can't play this card. Yeah, no Roost, but... And listen, I would love to have a Roost, of course. But You know what? We're going to deck them. We don't need 2/2 flyers. Come on. This is absurd. So, this deck wants a lot of lands. We do have the land spell cards. We have, what, 2 blue, 2 green, and so a little bit of card drawing. But this is a deck that really wants a lot of lands. So, let's assume we'll play, like, with 4 land spell modals. Minimum will be, like, 14 to get to 18. Probably more like 15. Do we have any bad cards, like anything that's actually an easy cut? I mean, Scale is not bad in this deck, but, I mean, I have to cut cards. Everything else, like Mills, is good. I don't know. Veteran Adventurer might have to get cut. I mean, these are wizards. Like, that's a rogue. That's a wizard. I don't have a lot of creature types, though, and, I mean, I have to cut cards. I guess I might just cut this Taunting Arbor Mage. Like, I mean, I have a million kicker cards, and I'm not looking to attack. I mean, I'm all defense all the time now. And then we can cut, like, 1 green. That's still plenty of lands. That's 19 lands. And 9 green sources. Balaget and Tangled Florahedron. These are pretty much uncuttable. I could cut the Duelist, but I mean, it mills 2. I don't really want to cut the Duelist, but I can. I guess I can cut Skyclave Sentinel. I mean, it's a good kicker card, and I have like 3 or 4 Kicker Matters cards. I guess I can cut the Visionary, but again, it's pretty good in a deck that wants to make land drops forever. Grasp mills 2, I mean, draws a card. Slows them down while I'm decking them. I mean, I think the Rabid Bite is still fine. I can fight with the Wizard. I can fight with the Visionary, the Relic Golem, the Sentinel. That's a 2/4. Like, these have 2 power. Like, I mean, Rabid Bite is still removal in the stack. Domination can take a creature to Rabid Bite with. I'm not going to play 41 because I want to draw my crabs as early and often as possible. I'll just make the tough cut. Yeah, this is a masterpiece. But we'll make the last tough cut. I mean, it could be a land. I mean, we have 4 land spell modals, so I still effectively have 18 lands, plus some card drawing cards. Could be Visionary. That's one of our weakest cards. It could be Duelist. Duelist and Visionary are definitely 2 of the cards I'm looking at the hardest right now. Could be Sentinel. I don't think it's Grasp. I need spells to get back with Royal Mage, and, like, stopping a creature from attacking is less effective if it's just going to kill me anyway, but it's more effective if I'm going to deck them. And I don't think Grasp is on the table. Cuttable cards, I think, are Visionary, Sentinel, Duelist. That's pretty much, or a land. Yeah, maybe a Royal Mage, but I don't think so. Because we have plenty of spells, and a lot of them draw cards and stuff. Scoot Swarm's obviously not getting cut. Those are the only cards I'm considering cutting. I'm considering cutting Duelist. I'm considering cutting Sentinel. I'm considering cutting Visionary. And I'm considering cutting 1 more land. Even though we want to make lands forever, we have 4 land spell modals. So if we cut a land, we're still playing 18 lands plus our card drawing cards. Well, I'm not going to cut Disruption because I would just cut an island. It's just a tap island with upside. But I agree, it could definitely be a land. We could cut a land. We're not going to play 41. We want to draw crabs as many and as early as often as possible. If I could, I would cut another 7 cards. I would just start cutting Royal Mages and whatever. Because if I could play a 30-card deck, I would just have turn 1 crab, turn 2 crab more often. We're going to play exactly 40. We're not going to cut any of the land spell modals. We could always just cut a basic land if we were going to do that. And listen, there might come a time where you have 8 land spell modals and you do want to cut Jurari Disruption, but this is not that time. We have 4 land spell modals. Duelist is definitely cuttable. Duelist is definitely on the table here. I think it's probably Duelist. It doesn't draw another card. Yeah, it mills for 2, but lands mill for 3. And, like, it's only really good if you're blocking and then shrinking something and killing it, and we don't have that many early creatures. So I do not expect Duelist to perform that well in this deck. Whereas Visionary can trade with their 2 or 3 drop, but give us another card to hit land drops to mill them out and to work our way towards Royal Mages in our late game. So I think the cut is Duelist. I'm kind of sad I can't really splash Spoils. This would have been a nice card for this deck. When you draw 3, you're like going to just mill them out, you're gaining life. I mean, I never saw the green kicker card after pack 1 that searched for lands. If I even had a single copy of that, I could just toss 1 plains in the deck and then play the recruit and the spoils. But there's like no way to do that with this deck. So yeah, my opponents are welcome to play as small a deck as they like. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it would have been nice if I had picked up a recruit or 2 for the lands, and then I could have played the spoils, which would be a nice card drawing for my Royal Mage Game Life mill deck. This would be my first opening hand. Blue is the one we have 10 sources of, and we're on the draw. Still probably should mulligan. I mean, I don't have a crab or anything. Alright, I like that better. Just get rid of Royal Mage, I think. It's a late game card. We have 3 of it, plus plenty of card drawing. I'm going to draw a crab turn 2, don't worry. Mill 6 cards on turn 2, don't mind if I do. Still Psychic. You thought I wasn't Psychic anymore? You were wrong. I'm not going to Bubble Snare that, though. It's just hitting for 1. We can just ignore 1 Power Flyer. We'll put Bubble Snare on, something that's going to hit us for 3 or 2 or whatever, but... I'm Psychic. I'm smart, so I'm not going to just, show my psychic powers to the world all the time, because then, I just get kidnapped by the government or something. So I use it very sparingly. This way, nobody knows nobody really thinks I'm actually psychic, and I can live a normal life. Draw cards? Yeah, sure. I'm half teasing. Their play is not wrong. They're trying to dig up a Royal Eruption so they don't just get decked, and they'll happily cycle that. They're looking to find their removal so they don't get decked. But I'm still not going to complain. The opponent can draw cards if they want to. I mean, look, it's the 3rd turn of the game, and they have 18 cards in their deck. If they don't kill a crab next turn, they're going to have 11 cards on turn 4. Is milling 6 a turn from turn 2 and limited good? Okay, that's good enough to Bubble Snare. This is beautiful. Hey, I'm supposed to have all the crabs. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. I respect it. Given we already have our land drop for next turn, there's no reason to hold the wizard. We could use it to Rabid Bite. And they currently have 3 cards left in their deck. They look to have a really good deck, too. They have the Cacophony and a Crab of their own, Royal Eruption, Royal Mages to get them back, Seagate Stormcaller to copy the Cacophony for the win. This is actually a really sweet blue-red spells Wizards deck. Domination, Quarrel Chronicler. Like, look at their deck. Their deck is awesome. Pretty lucky I drew turn 1, turn 2 Crab here. I do feel bad for milling out another mill deck. I wouldn't feel bad about my nuts draw if they were like, a white-red aggro deck or something. But their deck is beautiful. I respect their deck. Cacophony, Cacophony, whatever. Alright, rebuy for Mythic. We lost to the end boss last draft. Let's try again. Live by the mill, die by the mill. Oh, nothing would make me happier, Silex. I was really, it was awesome to get to play against Hunter Pence, but, if I got to play Voxy with this deck, the 3 Crab all-mill deck, for real, just in the wild, not when we're trying to play each other, but just naturally. She's probably not even on right now, though. Thanks, Nixius, for gifting out 5 more subs. Super duper generous. Really, really appreciate the support, Nixius. Well, this time we only have 1 crab, but we probably can't mulligan just because we don't have 2 crabs by turn 2. Plus, we still have draw steps to get there. Oh, Ben is definitely one of the crab people. Ben loves ring crab. I mean, 1 crab still decks somebody pretty quickly. I mean, not nearly as quickly as 2 crabs, but, I'm probably just going to block with the Gecko. Even though I have a lot of kicker, I can get it back if I want to. And I really just need to slow them down. I don't have anything for next turn. So if I trade the Gecko for the Sellsword and I brick next turn, I can always play the Balaged Recovery and get back the Gecko. And ultimately, with no kicker cards in my hand and plenty of mana, I don't think I'm that worried about the Vine Gecko. And yeah, still nothing to do. Hey, DJ Krabby, I drafted 3 Rune Crabs in this draft. Are you proud of me?
Very proud of you.
DJ
Good
Krabby,
job.
DJ Krabby heard that I drafted 3 crabs and decided to visit us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great achievement. I'm proud of you.
She's on a quick break from her world tour. Boo! Boo! That's alright, I have 2 more. Don't worry, there's plenty more where that came from. I know. I mean, obviously we can win with Vine Gecko as a 3-3 with Snare and a 4-3. My 3-drop, my 4-drop trades with their 3-drop, and I went up a card, but I still would rather just draw more crabs. I mean, I can enter the Royal the Journey and get the crab and get a mill off, but it would still just be the 1. I don't know if I have any, I don't have any counters or any way to stop them from replaying the Journey. So I think for now we're just going to play the Umara Wizard. I don't want to trade Umara Wizard for Farsight Adept, so I don't think we attack. Well, I have 3 Royal Mages. I guess I can play land Royal Mage. And I have Gecko to lower the cost of things, so we'll see what we draw this turn and then evaluate. So I can go Gecko and Bubble Snare on the 5/5, which I definitely need to do because that's a Cleric. They could even give it Lifelink. I don't really think I have an attack. Nah. Given I have 3 lands in hand, I'm probably going to play 1 more. But I agree we want to hold some lands because we know we have 2 more crabs. But, I mean, I have plenty of lands in the deck, and I don't have a crab in hand. And I might draw, like, Royal Mage. I might want to do multiple things in a turn. So I think we still want to play at least 1 more land. Okay, so 5/5. We're probably going to have to deal with it sooner or later, but I guess we can always deal with it later. For now, we can grasp it on their turn, and then we can decide what we want to into the Royal. We can into the Royal, like, Visionary to draw a card, Journey to get an extra mill off. They're at 21 going to 19 cards in their deck. Actually, 18 because they're going to draw off their turn. But either way, like, we're not going to tap it on our turn in this situation because it stays tapped for an extra turn if we do it on their turn. So let's tap the Emeria Captain, and we'll see what we draw. And then we can make our decisions after we have some more info. So Gecko's going to grow to a 4/4 here. So if they don't have anything, that's awesome. Gecko can eat Farsight. I'm obviously not scared of them having anything. I don't really care. And then I can block Visionary on Sellsword and, like, bounce the Visionary, save the damage, and draw another card. So this looks good. I'm very excited if they don't have anything here. Because all I really want to do is find my other crabs or my Relic Golem or whatever. And even if they, like, mess up me drawing a card of Visionary, and, like, if they kill this in response, the Gecko still grows to eat the Farsight Adept. Oh, I can kick it. Vine Gecko lessens the cost by 1. I can kick it. So, I'm probably going to want a Domination the 5/5 flyer, even though it's tapped for now. So let's just start with Visionary. I know I could take it this turn, but it's not on tapping anyway. Let's see what we get off Visionary. Could actually just attack for 8, because, I mean, I am going to take a 5/5 flyer. They're only on tapping a 2/3 and a 3/1, and I have a 3/2 I'm happy to block with. So it looks like now we just attack. Winning from all angles. They're at 18 cards in their deck, but we're also about to steal a 5/5 flyer. So, obviously, we're getting the +3 because they have 10 cards in their yard. I could take an on-tap blocker, but, I mean, I want to take the 5/5, clearly. So, I do think I'm still going to attack, though. So, should I just attack first? No, I want the Wizard to gain flying. So, I don't need to play lands, because this is going to cost, like, you know, 4 mana total or something. So, X equals 4. Get over here. And then I guess just beat down. The Attended Healer can't give itself lifelink, so I don't really care if I take a hit from that or not. It makes no real difference. I don't think they're surprised 17ing me here. Well, we got Mythic. The real question is whether we'll get 7-0 with this deck or not, since it's such a masterpiece. This might be the best deck I've drafted in this format. I literally, like, I guess I'm cutting a Royal Mage? I don't even know. Like, I cut cards in this deck that I'm, like, normally excited to have. I dominated pre-combat to give the Umara Wizard flying, so they couldn't block it with the Sellsword. Umara Wizard gains flying when you play an instant sorcery or wizard, and I didn't want them to trade their 3/1 for my 4/3 sometimes flyer. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. Good fun. Hopefully we'll just draw a lot of crabs. I mean, if you play turn 2 crabs by turn 2 and they don't kill them immediately, the game is literally over. I mean, and you also have lands. But we're playing 19 lands plus some card drawing. Appreciate it. Alright, this hand's not great, but we can't mull it. It is kind of a high variance format, but still get there. It's not how I see it, Baconality, but I know that is some people's logic. That's the people who think Jordan's better than LeBron. Alright, let's see. So, I guess I need Disruption to slow them down. I have 3 islands already. I can probably just start playing islands. I mean, I might play Disruption or Wizard as a land if I, if I, like, for example, this turn, they don't give me anything to disrupt, but, oh, hello. So, yeah, now, next turn I can play Golem, and the turn after into the Royal, so I'm not going to try and disrupt anything. That's a good pun, P. Corison. That's a Ben stream pun and not an LSV stream pun. Well done. Hey, you know what cards work well together? Rune Crab and Relic Golem. Say hello to my 3-mana 6/6. This card could race a crab, but I'm going to get to reset it with Into the Royal. So, Into the Royal practically kills Fearless Fledgling, right? How many more land drops are they going to make after I bounce it? So I'm just going to chill for now. I've got Into the Royal to protect the Relic Golem if they have like a pump spell for the Scythe Cat. Otherwise, if they attack with just the Fledgling, I'll just bounce it. Okay, no real decisions. We want to mill them with Golem, and it's a great blocker for us. We don't want to attack with it. I mean, they could win. They have a nice army. If they don't have removal for Relic Golem or Crab, we should win. But this has the potential to be really tight. I mean, they have a 5/4 trample, a 3/2 trample, and a 2/2 flyer if they play a land. But we are milling 5 cards a turn. Hello. And let's see, we can Visionary and still play a land and still have our Golem on. Sounds good to me. I obviously should have played Visionary before Crab, but who cares? So this should be their last turn, so we're looking pretty good now. I don't even have to worry about losing the Golem. They have 5 cards left in their deck. Yeah, their deck actually looks really good. My last opponent's deck was really good too, to be honest. So, they have 5 cards left. So if I play a land, they're dead. But if I mill, I can block with a Crab. But if I don't mill, I can block with familiars, so there's no need to mill, right? It can't be better for me, I don't think. Then I'm able to throw away a crab in combat, but then the familiar's tapped, and I can throw away familiar right now. So I'm at 10, and they're attacking me with this 6, 10. Oh, but you know what? I have the Glacial Grasp, and they have 5, so I can actually still lose a crab even if I want to. So if we block like that, we're taking 2, 4, 8, 11. So that's already not lethal, but I can afford to lose 1 crab, but not both. Right now, though, I die to a practice tactics, and the only way I lose a crab, it's better to lose both crabs, even if I can't deck them and I might lose, than it is to lose the game. So clearly, we do something like this because if they don't have a tactics, we untap with 1 crab. Yeah, their creatures all have trample. Oh no, tactics doesn't work because they don't have any party types out. Yeah. But either way, if they have like +2/+2, and I don't block here with these 2 crabs. Oh, you know what I can do though? If they can't have tactics, if they can only have +2/+2, then I can just block with 1 crab. Because then I guarantee that I untap with this other crab, even if they have... Now I don't die to a +2/+2, and they can't cast tactics. And now if they I don't lose 2 crabs ever, which means I can guaranteed mill 5. So this is the right block. Since they don't have party for tactics, but 1 mana +2/+2 exists, that's definitely the right block. Because they have exactly 5 cards, I already had the land and the grasp. Untapping with 1 crab is the same as untapping with 2. That way, even if they have +2/+2, I don't die, and they couldn't have tactics. So that was definitely the exact right block. If I didn't block with the crab, then I die to +2/+2, because I was taking 11 at 13. Right, if I double block, I save a point that doesn't matter if they have nothing. But if they have Resolute Strike, they can pump the 4/3 that I block with 2 crabs and kill both crabs, and then I can't deck them. But if I block with 1, they could have Resolute Strike. It doesn't even matter. So that was the exact right block for that situation. Hello. So turn 1, we can play the Wind Robber, because it has to hit to mill, and the crab basically doesn't have Summoning Sickness. We can just play the crab turn 2, and then play a land immediately. Sure, we don't get Florahedron and play turn 2, but if we wanted to go turn 1 crab, turn 2 Florahedron, we wouldn't get Wind Robber going, and Wind Robber mills a card every time it hits, and we have a crab, so we don't want to miss milling like, 2-3 cards here. This is practically a constructed deck. Like, I could obviously lose, like, I'm drawing okay. It's like, I'm drawing well so far, but, like, if they don't... I mean, I have 3 crabs in a 40-card deck. That's more than 4 in a 60-card deck, ratio-wise. Plus Wind Robber and Relic Golem. Like, it's literally like a joke. We're halfway through their deck on turn 3. Think I'm going to mill them faster than I'm going to kill them with damage, so I'm not going to attack with the Golem. I would if I had something I really wanted to spend my mana on, but I'm just going to tap 2. Actually, I'm not even going to cast the Florahedron. I'm just going to play it as a land, probably, so I'm just going to pass. If they play like a 4-drop, I'll probably into the Royal it with Kicker. If they don't play anything good, I'll just mill them with Golem. I mean, they're currently at 17 cards in their deck. And the Florahedron I'd rather play as a land to feed the crab. Turn 3, 6/6, but attacking with it isn't worth it. They're already at 16 cards, 14 end of turn, 11 when I play my next land, Florahedron. I mean, this is like a joke. I should have probably milled them in response just in case I hit their last 2 lands, but whatever. They probably have plenty of lands left. It's the 5th turn of the game, and they have 7 cards left in their deck. 5 end of turn, 3, 0. They're about to get decked on turn 6 with just drawing 1 crab. This is a turn 6 decking if they don't kill any of my creatures. Five, 2, 1. The question is only, do I mill now? Do I just bounce it? What do I want to do exactly? Obviously, none of this really matters, but... So they have 5 cards left? Yeah, I'll just bounce it. I mean, you shouldn't really feel bad for my opponents because they're losing the best, most enjoyable way possible. This is the good guys winning. I know. I wish Foxy was here for this. She'd be losing her mind. This is wonderful. This is such a treat. It's so rare you get a real masterpiece like this. I knew, because like Scoot Swarm Crab is a good start because they want to be in the same deck, you know, like a late game oriented rampy control deck with a lot of lands and whatever. But then when we got the second Crab, pick 4 pack 1, I knew this had the potential to be something special. Well, this hand's not great. I don't think we can mull hands like this. I mean, still limited. We have no mill in our opening hand, but we can slow them down with Disruption, hopefully, if they play a 3-drop on turn 3, and then just start casting spells and buying time. I know, 0 crab opener feels bad. But it's actually not that bad a hand. I mean, counter their 3-drop, play on tap, play Familiar, and then we have Domination and Bubble Snare and so on. So this hand buys time extremely well. So I can Bubble Snare that. I really need to find lands, though. I might just Glacial Grasp that. I kind of want to at least play a land after I play Scoot Swarm. So I think what I'm going to do is Glacial Grasp that, because I want to double my chances at making land drop 4. And then next turn I can hopefully go Scoot Swarm land, Bubble Snare, just Scoot Swarm land. Just want to start making my land drops again, so that I can work my way up to... into the Royal and Royal Mage and all that good stuff and Domination. Okay, so we're going to play the Wizard as a land, and then I can just Bubble Snare the Skulker. I could also just play the Sentinel as a 2/3, but I'm actually, if I play the Wizard as a land, I'm not really that far from 7 to kick it, and I have a Stalemate on board, so I think that's the right play. Like, I don't mind at all Bubble Snaring the Skulker, because it would probably get Death Touch at some point. The 1/1 stops the 2/1, and I have Lowell Mage's Domination to steal a good creature. That's kind of problematic. What do they have? Rogue, Cleric, and Warrior? That's actually fairly problematic. I mean, Wizard is a tough one. If they don't have a Pack Beast, I don't even think there are any black Wizards. Maybe there's like some rare one. And then there's, white has that common, but it's one card. So I can't dominate it yet. I could take the Cleric, but that's a likely one they'll just have another of. Probably just want to play Royal Mage with Kicker here. I mean, if they don't drop a Wizard, it's fine. If they do drop a Wizard, it's really bad. I mean, I can enter the Royal to Journey, get the Scoot Swarm back, and play a land to get another copy of Scoot Swarm, actually. That looks really good. Maybe I'll just do that. I mean, it's not the best because I'm only using 4 mana here, really. I mean, I can play the Royal Mage on kicked. We'll see what I draw, but... Like, if I don't put out a 2-1, I have to take a decent amount of damage this turn. I still have Domination. I have such a late-game deck. I think we just play the Royal Mage on kick now. Like, I'm literally holding a 4/5 flyer and steal your creature. I have 2 more Royal Mages and another Into the Royal. Plenty of rebuy ability. I think not playing Royal Mage would be very greedy. Well, my deck's still awesome, having not drawn any of the mill cards, but now we're not playing Constructed. Now we're playing like a normal good blue-green kicker deck against a normal black-white cleric party deck. They've played a bunch of good cards, and we have a close-ish game. Now, obviously, if I had went like turn 1 Crab or Wind Robber, turn 2 Crab or Wind Robber or whatever, then I'm playing Constructed against Limited, basically. This is just like good blue-green kicker versus good black-white cleric party. I don't know, maybe they're going to buy it back and play a bunch more 1/1s. But maybe they're not, and I'm kind of scared. And I don't really care. I mean, if they do, like, I'm going to have other stuff out, so. For now, I think we just block. Hopefully the Scoot Swarm lives. That's good. No need to steal anything they have in play. Let's just put out a big creature. Now we can really start letting that Scoot army multiply. Yet another way to win the game. Slowing down the multiplying army. Wow, what do they have? I have no idea what's going on right now. I feel like they're just hoping I'll block with Scoot Swarm or something. I mean, I guess they could buy that back and get a Drain or whatever, but they already had Core Celebrant to buy back. Okay, so grow the army. There's no way I can attack this turn, and I'm not dominating either of those creatures. Hopefully I'll draw some spells at some point. I mean, if I draw, like, crabs now, they're not great. If I draw, like, Royal Mage or Into the Royal, that's awesome. I'm not really worried about getting swarmed. I mean, I'm going to play a land and then make a bunch more. I don't want to get drained out, though. So, the question is, do I block one more or not? I mean, I can Domination the Warrior, so then even if they have another Blood Priest, it's currently not enough. I think I can block one more. And then just dominate the Squad Commander. I don't think they're ever going to be able to attack for another point of damage. It might slow down me killing them, but I think that it's not worth one more damage, like, because I don't think they're going to be able to attack me again after that. Oh, the tokens are warriors? Well, that makes my block actually even better because now they actually have to have a wizard to drain me out. Although that kind of makes it worse. Now I kind of have to do a lot of blocking. But 3/3 eats 2/2. I can't not kill the Blood Priest because they'll just keep attacking with it anyway. So if they have another way to recur it, good beats. It's not like I'm about to gain life. If I double chump, I'm out of scoots. So I don't really want to do that. So I guess we just block like that and accept that we lose to Blood Priest now. Yes, but I didn't know they were going to play Jerboa. They didn't have an attack without that Jerboa. Okay, so I guess now we're going beatdown. We need to have 4 blockers to not die to removal, so we just attack with the 1 flyer. And then 5, 10, so X is 8. Oh, we've got it all, but this is a tight game. I mean, we're dead to a priest. I mean, this is a good one. I mean, obviously, if I draw like a Royal Mage or something, I can blow this game wide open now with Verazol with that many counters. I've got 2 more Royal Mages, Into the Royal, Balaged Recovery. I have a lot of strong draws. What is going on? Why are they attacking? I guess they want to kill a Scoot Swarm so it doesn't multiply, but I'm literally, like, eating their stuff here. I mean, I could double block, but that doesn't seem right. This is... Alright. So again, I want to have 3 blockers. They have 8, so the Relic Golem's on. So we can attack with the 2 biggins. And then we've still got enough blockers back. So as long as I don't find another recursion card or another Blood Priest, we're in great shape, obviously. And if I draw like a kicker card we have with Verazol, like Into the Royal or Royal Mage or something, it's pretty incredible. 10, 16, 19, 24. Good enough for me. I'm going to go for the win. I don't want to give them turns when I'm at 2. I obviously wouldn't tap a token if I was at like 12, just to try and kill them a turn earlier. But given I'm at 2, I think it's worth it. And I don't really have to worry if they kill a creature and survive. All their creatures are tapped. What a game. There is a land that drains for 4. There's also the common Blood Priest since I'm at 2. So I'm just going to go for the win there. That was a really good game. I mean, like I said, they had a good draw and a good deck, and I had a good draw and a good deck, except I didn't draw constructed level mill in limited. My draw that game was good. I went turn 2 Disruption, turn 3 Balaged, and played things the whole game, every turn. And their draw was good too. They were black-white, they drew a Blood Reckoning, they drew removal, like they curved out. Like we just played a good normal black-white deck against a good normal blue-green deck. And like, I didn't draw the mill part, which is literally constructed level. It is a good feeling, Dropcat. I agree. It's one of the best feelings in Magic. The 2 best feelings in Magic are winning any game at like 1 or 2 life, or winning with like 1 or no cards left in your deck, like especially in limited. You know, not if they're milling you, but if you just play like a really good game back and forth, and then you draw the last card in your deck and you like attack for the win, that's such a sweet feeling. Yeah, I don't know. That constructed Pawblade deck that I 7-0'd with was a masterpiece too. This is like, you know, the real... Now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, you know, it's like the 96 Bulls versus the, 2000 and whatever year, 17 Warriors, whenever they set the regular season win record. These are like... I think that Pawblade deck was the best deck I had in all of M20 drafts, and I think this is the best deck I've had in all of Zendikar drafts. Yeah, they were actually better the year they got Durant, obviously. Even though they got 73 wins the year before and only 60-something that year. They weren't trying to break the record, but... okay, so we don't have a forest, so clearly we have to play the Florahedron as a land. So it looks like this game we're not going to be milling, but we're going to be playing a real kicker deck. Gecko, Familiar, Verisol. The crabs are in hiding. I mean, they did their job, you know. We drew them. Obviously, I don't really want this trade, so I'm just going to play a land in Familiar. Next turn, we can play Scoot Swarm, play a land, and then have Disruption up. That looks decent. Yeah, that was good too, Ajani. But I don't think that was on the level of Paw Blade or Constructed Mill. Alright, so if they flash in and give it Death Touch, will I be mad if I blocked with the Gecko? Medium. I mean, I have the Sentinel. Yeah, I can take it. So now... Scoot, play a land, have Disruption up, end into the Royal up, so if they go for a trick, I can get them. I won't be able to kick it, but that's okay. Seems good to me. Because, like, while I want to kick the end of the Royal, if I'm gonna get the real blowout, I'll take it, so. Like, if they play the 2-1 Flying Rogue, I just bounce the 2-1 Flying Rogue back to their hand. They can't replay it. And my 2-4 eats their 2-2. There's a good chance I'm going to play Disruption as a land. But this turn I wanted to have 2 on tapped. So I could block here. And then, you know, get them depending on whatever they go for with Into the Royal. So we'll see what they have. So that means I just bounce the Skulker. Obviously, I can't Disruption that, but I don't care at all if Familiar stays a 1-3, and they can't even replay the Skulker unless they top deck the Swamp, which I doubt they have, or they would have played it pre-combat to grow the Felidar. Well, I guess they had a tap Swamp. They weren't sure if they were going to want to play or not. Okay, so we want to go Verisol first and then Sentinel, right? Because we can copy the Sentinel and get a second 4/5 flyer. So, yeah. I don't want to miss the counter on Verisol. I don't really care about attacking or not. 4, 5, X is 4, yep. And now we already have enough mana to play the Sentinel kicked because the Gecko makes it cost 1 less. And then we can copy it with the Verisol, get 2, 4, 5 flyers, and this game should pretty much be over. Well, they killed the Verisol, so we'll only get 1, 4, 5 flyer, but I maintain this game is still pretty much over. Well, I guess I'm a mana short of stealing the Felidar this turn, so Disruption as a land. Sentinel kicked. Life is good. No, they did not have to kick it. They didn't realize that they could kill it because it could cost so much mana, but yeah, they could have killed it unkicked. You are correct, chat. Okay, so I want to drop the land to trigger the Scoot Swarms, and then I can just steal the 3-4 and attack with everything. Obviously, I'll steal the 3-4 first if I can. I can, but it means I have to tap the Familiar first, but because they don't have 8 in their yard, but that's worth it. I'd rather have a counter on the Felidar than 2 more damage. So get over here. Good stuff. Six and 0. Hopefully this opponent won't mess us up. After the Crabs showed up a lot in the first 3 or 4 games, they took 2 games off. You know what we haven't done yet? Drawn 3 Crabs. That's the thing, this whole deck is amazing. It's not just the crab thing. If you removed all those crabs and put in more, like, good cards, but not, like, broken cards, you know, like, if you just cut the 3 crabs in the Relic Golem for, like, an Into the Royal, like, a Rabid Bite, like, you know, another, whatever, 2 more, a Vine Gecko, and, like, some other card. Just, like, 4 first, second, third pickable cards, but not broken at all. This would be a busted blue-green kicker deck. Like, this deck is good, not even counting the mill plan, which, when you draw multiple of the mill cards, you're literally playing constructed. Hey, don't root against my 7-0. 7-0's... Whoa, hey, TPO! Shut off the stream, yo. Good luck. Hey, I don't mind being sniped. Just don't ghost. But snipe away. So, I think... I don't know if I want to play this Florahedron for 2 mana or if I want to play it as a land. Because if they kill it and I get stuck on 2, I might lose. Whereas with 3, I can play the Familiar. But if they don't kill it, it is ramping. But I'm going to run out of land drop sooner or later. And I need to get to 6 for Scoot Swarm anyway. So it's better to play it as a land because of Scoot Swarm, I think. Because if it's Florahedron, even if it lives and it's adding mana, I'm still a land further from having 6 in play to win with the Scoot Swarm. And I really don't need to ramp because I have a 3-drop. I don't have a 4-drop. So, like, if I untap successfully with the Florahedron next turn, I'd still just be playing a 3-drop. I guess I could play Scoot and play a land first, which is pretty nice. But it still feels like a way I can lose. And I'd still be and making the 1/1 tokens is not that important. I'd still be another land away from 6. I can block here, right? They can't even have practice tactics. There's not much. If they have it, they have it. I'm not going to just start taking damage. I got a slow hand, and the Familiar's great, but I don't need it. Yeah, I mean, if they play like Might of Muras or something, I lose my Familiar, but, you know, it's not like it's a free kill. They spend their turn and a card to kill my 3-drop. I untap, play Scoot Swarm and a land, and pass back to them. I mean, like, if I knew Sean had the Rabid Bite or the Might of Muras, I wouldn't block. But I'm not, like, afraid to block because they might have it. Like, it's not that big of a deal if they kill the Balagid. I did need it for double blue at the moment, but I do have 10 blue sources in this deck and a lot of card drawing. Hopefully we'll just rip an island. That's what I really want to draw here. Today is a good day. Except the auto tapper's trying to get me. No, that's just not true. You can reach... There are some games where you just draw like 4 lands in that card, and it's just way better than a forest. You just didn't have a 2-drop. Now you play it on turn 2. You play a 4-drop on turn 3. Florahedron, like, as a ramp creature or a forest, if you drew no forests, you can play it and you have green mana. If you drew like 4 lands and 2 forests and 2 mountains, you can play it on turn 2, and then you have a ramp creature. Florahedron is a lot better than a forest. This game, because of Scoot Swarm, and because it's in my deck, it's not way better than a forest. But in a lot of decks, you don't have landfall stuff. You maybe have one landfall common or whatever. And, like, it can give you a turn 2 play that then you can curve out 4 drop on turn 3, 5 drop on turn 4. My hand was 2 3-drops, and one of them wants me to have 6 lands in play. That's a very specific scenario. Oh, yeah, in my deck, it's not much better than a forest. Sure. Are you talking only about my deck, or are you talking about in general? In my deck, it's close to a forest. I still think it's worth it, because I might draw like a slow hand that does want ramp, but I agree, in my deck, it is not way better than a forest. But in most decks, it is. Alright, so we can kick Royal Mage. We don't have anything to get back yet, but we have Grasp. So for now, I guess I'm just going to play the Crab. I don't care. Actually, do I Grasp now? I guess I do, right? I don't really care if they get to untap the Horn Beetle a turn earlier. This Grazer Horn Beetle Felidar combo is kind of annoying, but I'm going to Grasp on their turn no matter what. I think I'm just going to Grasp the Root Grazer to slow that down, and I'm going to do it now because I don't care about them attacking me. I have 1/1s and stuff, but if I find a land, I do want to play it and trigger the Scoot Swarm before maybe they find removal or something like that. So I think that's right. Yeah, I mean, I have Vine Gecko, so I'm only 1 land away from the Sentinel. So if I draw a land, I get to go land, trigger the Scoot Swarm, Sentinel, kick it, and life is good. If I don't draw a land, then I have a way less exciting turn. It's just Royal Mage back the Glacial Grasp, which is hardly bad, but obviously it's way less exciting. Yeah, I mean, this is cool. Making a lot of counters and all of that. What is the land they're getting back? Stampede? Wow, we got a game. Making a massive 1/1 army every turn, and then stampeding. I might lose. This is a game for sure. I mean, I'm at 18, and I'm not taking damage until they stampede, but... Wow, Sean's going to really mess up my, my 7-0 here, huh? Maybe not. I guess they don't all gain trample or anything, and I'm Scoot Swarming. This is a game. So right now, if they stampede, there's 10, 11 attackers into 8 blockers if I kick the Sentinel. And I'm at 18. I think I'll be fine. Obviously, every turn he's making more. Every turn I'm also Scoot Swarming now, hopefully. I mean, I played a land this turn. Last turn I could have played Visionary instead of Royal Mage, but it's so much less mana efficient. I'm kind of happy to have the Glacial Grasp in hand. I think this turn I can weather a Stampede, and next turn I can plan to hopefully play Visionary, a land, and then Grasp the Stomper if he Stampedes. I think I'm fine if he Stampedes here. I have like a couple big blockers, like double block a Trampler, eat like one of these smaller ones, chump chump, go to like 3 or whatever, but I don't think I'll die. I mean, maybe I will. So let's see. These two have Trample, so I need to put big things potentially over there. So let's assume like 1/1/1 is going to go on the 5/6. And then... let's say I just ignored the 16 points of Trample. No, then it would be too many 1/1s. So I'm going to have to block there. So we're probably going to have to, like, double block. And then we can put, like, 1/1 on the biggest remaining creature. And right now we're still taking a lot too much. It's a little uglier than I thought. What, 21... 29 at the moment. If I have to lose the swarms, it gets kind of bad. Yeah, Horn Beetle is pretty good. So I don't know if I can make this block. I mean, obviously, like if I just blocked 4 of these, I'm not like taking lethal, so I'm definitely not lethal. But this is not like great at the moment. 7, 9. If I let those two through, I have to block all the rest or I die. So I can't let both those through. So let's suppose... Let's look at it a different way. Let's say 5-5 on the 8-7 grower along with a 2-1. And then let's say 1-1 on 5-6. 1-1 on 4-5. 4-5 on that. Yeah, this is going to be how I have to block, right? And then if I put the crab on one of these, the swarm token on one of these, and I take 20, which means I still die, so I have to block like this. 9, 17, 18 exactly. Yuck, so this doesn't even work. Wow. Oh, wait, but I can switch these, and then it's 17. Still not great, though. But that's 17. But now I lose both swarms. Yeah, I'm probably going to lose. Oh, I didn't do any Might of Murasa math. I would just be stone dead if they had Might of Murasa. But I think I'm still dead. I don't think I can recover. Good game. 7-0 messed up. Boo. We're not friends anymore, Sean. I don't care if you're awesome and you've hired me for coaching a bunch of times and then you gave me props for the coaching being good publicly. We are no longer friends. For real, I hope you haven't lost with that deck. I hope you're at least on your way to 7-0. Yeah, right. That is a good ad for coaching, that deck. Yeah, I'm gonna... Obviously, it's still the best deck I've had in the format. I mean, I drew the non-mill stuff, and I mean, that Sean had a good draw too, and it was a good game. I mean, the deck is still totally busted. Back to business. That's okay. You got removal. I respect that. So that's going to grow to a 3-3. So a 2-3 Sentinel's not really going to block it. I think I can wait a little on Verazol. If they attack, I can block with the crab, because if they have a trick, I have Into the Royal. But if they do that, I'm not going to Into the Royal because I don't really want to play Verazol even as just a 4-4. So what I'll do is I'll wait one more turn. I can Into the Royal with Kicker this turn. Just work my way up. I'm helping them. I just milled a Shade. I'm just going to bounce that now because if they replay the Cleric this turn, they don't gain another life, so it'll just be a 2-2 for now, and that's instead of them playing the Shade. So since I already know they have a 2-mana 3-1 to play this turn, I'm happy to just bounce it. I have a lot of Kicker cards. I want to get more counters on Verazol. Like, I can copy Into the Royal, that's cool, but I really don't need to do that. I'm not even sure if I'm going to play Verizal now. I mean, a 5/5 is bigger than all their stuff, but I can also just play Visionary to trade with, like, Healer, take 3, play Disruption as a land, and then next turn I can play Verizal and it's even bigger. Want to get as many counters on that Verizal as I can. I mean, I'm going to play it next turn almost for sure, because then I play the Sentinel Kicked and copy it, but I definitely didn't want to play, like, a small Verizal. Do I block with the Crab? No. I understand how it works, but I'm not goldfishing. The opponent's pressuring me. They may have removal. I can't just, like, sit around bouncing my own Verizal. Like, I get how it works, but I have plenty to do right now. Let's be reasonable. Like, if the Verizal lives here, like, it's already stopping their team as a 6/6. If they kill it, my back is to the wall. I'm much more concerned about what happens when they have removal than bouncing my own Verizal. The goal of Magic is to win, not to win by as much as possible. It's only when you gain life the first time each turn. Remember that came up in my first draft today with the Cleric stack? It's really interesting the way these are worded. Sometimes you literally have to do them pre-combat or first or anything, because if you attack with what happened there was they attacked with Healer and they gained 2 life in combat. So then when they played creatures post-combat, it wasn't the first time they gained life. So they gained the life, but they didn't get the counter. This is good, though, because now that we get through that turn, now we can put out 2 4/5 flyers. So even if they, like, you know, top deck removal for Verizal or something, like, we're good. Like, now the board is pretty well solidified. I mean, they could still drain me out with the, like, all this life gain and the Blight Priest, but if they don't kill Crab, they're going to deck first. If they do kill Crab, we may still have a game. Three double strike. I obviously can't take it. I'm not going to block with Crab. So the only question is, do I block with Skyclave Sentinel or Verizal? Sentinel. Because I can already copy Bubble Snare and kill 2 creatures. Seems fine to me. And now I don't really care about Verizal. I know I can copy the next spell, but I also don't need to, so I'll block with Verizal. No problem. Really don't want to block with Crab, but no, I don't have to block with Crab. I can go to 6. It's just 4/5 on 3/3, 2/2 on 3/2 if they attack with all 3. If they attack with just the 3/3 and the 3/6, then I'll chump the 3/6 with the 2/2 Verizal and 4/5 on Outrider. I'm even less worried about going to 6 if I kill the Blight Priest. And I don't care at all about trading the Verizal off. I'll be happy if I draw a kicker card. This is a tight game. But I don't need to copy it. If I draw a land, maybe they can kill me on their last turn. Who knows? So that looks good. There's no way I can, like, get an extra Crab or land and play to deck them this turn, is there? I can Into the Royal now before I play a land, in case I draw one of my 2 other Crabs. They have 4 cards in their deck. So, yes. So first and foremost, what do I want to bounce? I can block with Crab next turn, because they're about to have 0 cards in their library. They're going to have one more turn if I don't mill any additional cards, but they're going to have 0 cards in their library. So I can block with Crab on their next turn. So I can bounce, like, one of their creatures, and then they get to trigger the Blight Priest by playing it, but that's fine. It ties up some mana. I think I'm just going to bounce Blight Priest. I think I would rather bounce Blight Priest. Who cares if they play it and gain and deal me 1 that way, right? It now can't attack me. Like, if I didn't draw a creature there, right, I only have 2 blockers. I can block with Crab. They have no cards in their deck. But, like, now if they drew a removal, I still block the 3/3, take 2 and a point of drain and win the game. Maybe 2 points of drain, but I still win the game. If I didn't bounce one of their creatures and they had 3 attackers, I would die to a removal spell. So they gain 1 more, drain me for 1 more, but that's game. Because they have no deck. Well, if Sean didn't mess it up, we would have 7-0'd. Nice job, TPO. Mad respect. But this is still the best deck I've drafted in this format. It is a super, super sick blue-green. Great way to make Mythic to end the stream. Kind of disappointed I didn't get the 7-0 with this one. But well done, TPO. Well done. It was a fun stream. I hope everybody enjoyed it. Hitting Mythic with me today. I will be back on tomorrow for 3 more drafts. For now, I'm going to send you off with a raid. Who is on? Is Hunter Pence still on? We can raid Hunter Pence. That's cool. We're going to do that. And he's drafting. Never in my life did I think I'd get to raid Hunter Pence. So, I hope everybody had a good day. It was super fun. Thanks for riding with me today. Appreciate all the support. Shout out to Nixlius. I'm sure I'm messing up your name, but I'm not forgetting that you gifted out like 15, 20 subs today. Really appreciate the great support, Nixius, if you're still out there. Hope everybody had fun, and I will see you tomorrow.